colleagues and officials. Thank you for joining this meeting this morning. I hope you had a wonderful long weekend and that everybody is fine. May I ask before we start that we observe a moment of silent prayer or meditation?
Thank
Thank you. Colleagues, apologies. We've got the apology of the Deputy Minister Sitolo that he is not present. Any other apologies, Nasibo?
No, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, I want to make the arrangement that we will deal with two Breere and Inkomati first, those two. Then we will ask questions, and then we'll go to the next two and the next two. I will allow each and every Breere, you and Inkomati, each 15 minutes after the minister has spoken. Only 15 minutes, please. It's a long day for us as a committee as well. We have received your stuff. Please just go to the gist of the business. Don't tell us about your what you stand for, and just continue with the work that we are here to have your annual performance plans as you've been requested to do. Minister, can I hand over to you?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I'm just trying right. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, to honorable members. Let me take this opportunity, Chair, to greet you and honorable members, and thank you very much for inviting us. Chair, as we have already outlined, who have you called today in terms of the CMAs? I wish to alert the Chair that at 11:30, may I leave the platform, please, Chair and honorable members? I have submissions to make in the Cabinet Committee that will be sitting from 11:30 today and tomorrow. Honorable Chair, I must highlight that as required, that the annual performance plan and shareholders compact of all our CMAs must be submitted to the minister or to DWS. That has been done without any failure by all CMAs. Secondly, their mandate in terms of managing water resources, compliance issues, implementing of waste discharge water system is on their plan. Chairperson and honorable members, the department has completed the establishment, as you are aware, of six CMAs. That is why we have invited them here today. Most importantly, I must also outline that it is my pleasure to announce that the two CMAs out of the six, namely Bokma and Iukma, have been receiving clean audit since their establishment, and we're hoping that others will also follow suit. Chair, because there are many submissions to be made today and presentations, I wish not to take most of your time. I thank you, Chair and honorable members. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Minister. Can I then ask that Breere Gourits, you've got 15 minutes to do your presentation. You can start.
Good morning. Good morning, honorable members. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Minister. This is Bongani Mnisi, the chairperson of the Breede Olifants Catchment Management Agency. Chairperson, this morning with me, I have the acting CEO, Mr. Jan van Staden, the CFO, Mr. Zanele Mngoma, the acting COO, Mr. Prudence Mahlaba, as well as the monitoring and compliance colleagues as well, Ms. Mbombo as well. And without further ado, Chair, I will allow the CEO to do the presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Continue. Brother Gaudit, you can continue.
Yeah, good. Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Chair, and good morning to the Honourable Minister and Deputy Minister and honourable members and all the other colleagues. So I'm talking on behalf of the Brede Olifants, CMA, and we can move to the next slide, please. Just quickly, where we are, the Brede Olifants, we cover the whole of the Western Cape, a small part of the Eastern Cape, and a small part of the catchment in the Northern Cape that's flowing down into the Brede Olifants water management area. And largely, we've got four of our big rivers in the area, namely the Brede, the Berg, the Gourits, and the big Olifants River, where our name is coming from. Just to illustrate on the map, we sit in the southern part, the purple one, the Brede Olifants, adjacent to the Msimbubu Tsatikama and the Fall Orange. Next slide, please. The municipalities, the boundaries of the municipalities now area, in total there are 25 five district municipalities and one city, the city of Cape Town. Next slide, please. For understanding of the APPS, it's important to mention the strategic outcomes of the Brede Olifant CMA. You can almost call it the programs. So one is adherence to corporate governance requirement. Outcome two, protection and use of water resources, effective and efficient water resource institutions. And number four is effective stakeholder commitment. So if we move to the first one, this is all how to keep the governance inside and the normal administrative things intact. Uh, Let me mention a couple of them. The number of financial policy reviewed. Our target for this year is 2. Number of human resource policy reviewed. Our target for this year is 11. This is especially important with the amalgamation of the forming of the new Bokma area, where the majority of the previous Department of Water and Sanitation Proteus CMA officials have been transferred into the Bokma, and we start when it comes to the human resource policies. It's important to review those. Next slide, please. Then I must mention the one about a percentage of information technology systems available. I mean, nowadays everything depends on a good functioning technology basis and the networks, etc. And that's why our target is like 90% operational all the time in the current year. Then a number of risk register reviewed for implementation. Normally there's one, that's why our target is also 1. And the number of approved audit plans, external and internal, it can only be 2, and our target is 2. Next slide, please. Then, when it comes to procurement, preferential procurement, our target is more than 30%. And then a new indicator is split between the women, youth, people with disability, is 40%, 30%, and 7% respectively. Next slide, please. Then where it comes to the money part of the Bokma, this is a critical element of the Bokma because it gives sustainability to the organization. The debtors payment days is a new indicator for us, and the target there is 165 days. Creditors payment days 30 days. Current ratio, it must be more than 2 to show that the Bokma is really in a very liquid positions. Then a percentage of water resource management charges collected. This is our lifeline because the water users maintain the BOCMA. So it's important that we collect the charges that are due to the BOCMA. And our target for this year is 85%. Next slide, please. And I can mention the one about percentage of funded vacant posts filled. Our target is to keep it on organogram 90% filled. Next slide, please. Here it comes to the next part is now to do with the physical, the water part, the water resource management programs. An important one is the management of or the development and afterwards the implementation of the catchment management strategy. The BOCMA has already started that process, and in this current year, our target is to finalize all the sub-catchment management strategies. Then the next one is the number of water availability studies. This is important to know what volume of water is available in the different catchments, because without that knowledge, it become a big challenge actually to do water allocations. And that's why our target is for two big catchments. The one is the Rondegat River and the other one is the Bointjies River. Next slide, please. Then what falls under protection and use of water resources monitoring implemented is important to monitor water resources, I mean, for many obvious reasons. And that's why the number of rivers with the river eco-status monitoring programs implemented, our target for the current year is 16. This is whole river systems. No? So every one system counts as one. The number of river systems monitored for implementation of resource-directed measures, our target for the year is 5. Next slide, please. Then when it comes to the monitoring of our water resources, especially in relation to the quality part of the water, the number of strategic points monitored for water resource quality is a very tall target, 275 for the current year, and it comes from the previous year of 249. Then the heading is reading number of river rehabilitation projects funded and technically supported. This one is all to do with the removal of alien vegetation next to a river in riparian areas. That's why we call it a river rehabilitation project. The BOCMA is quite advanced to implement these type of projects in our catchments, and really on the ground is making a huge difference, because you can see in many places alien vegetation removed and you get recovering in stream flow with all the other benefits. I mean, it creates jobs, etc. Then enforcement of regulatory compliance. This is to do with the license, the processing part, and the approval, because some of these licenses has been delegated to the BOCMA, and the target for this year is 80%. Next slide, please. This one is also the low risk. This is the small type of license applications, and our target for the current year is 80%. And the one below, percentage of approved water use authorizations registered on the WORMs. So all issued water use licenses or approvals, it must be registered on the WORMs. It's a database for water registrations. It's important to do this, because otherwise you don't know how much water is actually allocated and used in a catchment. And also number two is your invoices, where the water users are charged now, actually based on the information on the WORM system. So it's important for the CMA to do this 100% correct. Next slide, please. Then the number of existing water users validated and verified. The BOCMA is continuing busy with to outroll and implement this thing called verification of water use. And in the previous year, we managed to do the 500 different properties now, where water use have been verified. and the target for this year is 400 properties. And then, yes, and then a percentage of reported non-compliant case investigated. That is our target is 80%. It's important to do compliance. Otherwise, in general thinking, if you don't comply and do regulation, some people think there is not a law that they must comply to. And then importantly, the BOCMA has got this target. Every time a pollution incident is reported to the organization, we respond in 48 hours, and we like to keep it that way. That's why our target is 100%. It's very important to respond to pollution cases, because by doing that, you keep the authorities on their toes, but you also manage to keep the water quality in a decent, on a reasonable state. Next slide, please. So this is a new one. That is that outcome 3, effective and efficient water resource institutions. So the water resource institutions reporting to a CMI in the current dispensation is irrigation boards and water use associations. But the aim is always to transform all the irrigation boards into water use association. In the Bokma area, there is very limited or a small number of irrigation boards that still need to be transformed. So that's why our target is 2 for the current year. And then at the bottom of the page, percentage of resource poor farmers technically support on water use. This was always 100% target for the BOCMA, and we keep it that way, and that's why it's still a 100% target for the next year. We support everybody that needs support. We support the emerging farmers. Then, so the BOCMA regulate the irrigation boards and the water associations. So that's why it's important to evaluate their business plans, to assess the annual reports, etc. And the target is like 8 and 12 and 9 respectively, just to get a very good handle on the management of the water entities that the BOCMA is responsible for in our catchment area. Next slide, please. Then effective stakeholder commitment. Well, like I always say, if you cannot get the buy-in from the people living in the water management area, it is almost impossible to manage water resources, because you need create awareness and build capacity where necessary. That's why the BOCMA focus a lot of resources on bringing the public, especially the youth, to the table when it comes to water resource management. So they can see the number of stakeholder engagement conducted for learners. I mean, the target is 17. These are like big engagement where there are numerous young people present at the time. And then with the adults and the organizations, etc., the number of stakeholder engagement conducted with strategic partners, our target is 8. Next slide, please. And Chair, if you allow me, I must hand over to the CFO to continue with the presentation. Zanele?
Okay, thank you, Yanni. All protocol observed, Chair. I'll be quickly because I can see Yanni already took the 15 minutes. All right, I'll do the overview of the budget structure. We have divided our budget into 2 phases, administration and governance, and then another one with water resource management. All right, in terms of cost of operational activities, can you move the slides to the right, Sylvia? I can't see this one. Thank you. In terms of the slide before this one. Thank you. In terms of administration, Chair, we have budgeted the 71 million for this current financial year. And in terms of water resource, let me see. In terms of water resource, I don't see here, it doesn't come up the bottom line, Sylvia. Can you do the full slideshow? I don't know whether is it from my side only. All right, go up. do the full slideshow. I can't see the bottom figures. The slides before this one. Go up, Sylvia. I want to see the bottom line. I don't know. All right, go to the next slide, Sylvia. All right, when it comes to expenditure estimate per funding source, Chair, for the 2026-27, out of the total budget of 221, 69 million will be augmented from the department, which the department has already paid this amount to us. Water resource charges, we will collect, as Yanni already mentioned, that we will collect 85%. 85% of that is about 111 of the 221 total budget. Water waste charges will collect about 14 million, and then interest received from the late payment and from the bank balance, we are estimating of 4.8 million. And then we'll have a shortfall of 20 million, which the 20 million we will ask Treasurer to give us from the funds that we will surrender back from the previous budget financial year, failing which then we'll have to come back to the department to augment the shortfall. Next slide, Sylvia. Okay, in terms of percentages, 31.49% of the total budget will be augmented from the department. 50.59 will come from the billing collections, 6.54 from the water waste discharge, 2.17 from the interest received from the bank, and then 9.22 is that shortfall of that will take it from cash surplus. And then in terms of expenditure estimate per economic classification, employee cost, that one we are looking at about 142 million of the total budget. In terms of goods and services, we are looking at about 30 million. And then in terms of them, I don't see correctly, we are looking at 2.7, and then in terms of repairs and maintenance, we are looking at 0.3% of the total budget. This is just a structure of, in terms of percentages, how is our budget looks like, Chair. Next slide. Expenditure overview, all the employee-related costs. This category includes all employee allowances, travel and subsistence, as well as training and development, and all the vacant positions that Yanni has mentioned. Goods and services, that includes project-related expenditure amounting to 30 million, and then the breakdown of that is on the next slide. And also we have embarked into cashment management strategy. For this financial year, we are planning to spend 6 million of that. This project has been happening for the past 2 years. So this is the third year, this one. We are planning to finish it in this financial year. And then the shortfall that I've mentioned, that one that we are planning to take it from the cash surplus of the previous year.
You've got 2 minutes to conclude.
All right, these are the breakdown of the project that we'll embark on in this financial year. We've got water research or quality testing. We've put aside 2.9 million. And we've got public engagement, advertising, and community project. We've put aside 4.9 million. Dams and alien clearing, we've put aside 8.5 million. Validation and verification, we've put aside 3.8 million. Social upliftment, we've put aside 3.1 million. CMS, as I've mentioned, 6 million in this financial year. Water impact studies, we've put aside 1.5 million. The total project at the bottom is 30 million. So the budget summary preparation, this is a zero-based budget, and national cost containment measures has been considered. A staff escalation, including vacancies and new posts that has been projected, are based on the projected placement date. And also we've considered the tariff income calculation using the registered volume and raw water pricing strategy. That's it from my side, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Can we go to Inkumati?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Protocol observed, and just to align with the time frame that we've been given. My name is Geraldine. I am the chairperson of Inkumati Tutu, and also introduce the chairperson, Mr. Pedro. I'm not sure if he is on platform. And without any further ado, to then hand over to the CEO, Mr. Muhammad Ongane, and the team. I see the host director is on the platform. The platform hopefully so, but I then hand over to the CEO to make a presentation APP. Thank you. Yes, over to you.
Thank you. I hope the signal is better for you. You can
Yes,
start.
absolutely. Good morning, the Honorable Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, the Honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, the Honorable Minister of the Department of Water and Sanitation, Mepemi Majodina, the Honorable Deputy Ministers of the Department, the esteemed chairpersons and members of the respective CMA boards, the esteemed accounting officers, that's the esteemed DG and CEOs of the respective CMAs, the esteemed senior management team within the department, and fellow colleagues. Please allow me to begin by extending my warm greetings this morning to everyone in attendance. Today, I have once again the privilege to present the IUCMA's annual performance plan for the current financial year, that being the 2026-2027 financial year. And in essence, this presentation covers two key areas, namely, and if we could go back from the slides to the presentation outline. Yeah, we'll stay there. So in essence, we're going to be looking at the planned program for the current financial year, and then we'll look at the financial aspects. So those blue areas are, in essence, what we'll be looking at. Next slide. And so that is in itself the very purpose of this presentation, as already outlined. The next slide, please. Now, having said that, we begin by highlighting our overarching legislative and policy framework, cascading all the way down in terms of the hierarchy, from the Constitution to the National Water Act, all the way down to the respective strategic plans in this regard. And that's what we see on this slide. The next slide, please. And then, given that our entire legislative mandate is from the National Water Act, it is only appropriate that we zoom into this act, thereby highlighting key aspects of our functions and responsibilities as contained therein. And so that is in essence what we have in this slide, just a summary of the act and some of the key responsibilities and functions that we assume. Next slide, please. Now, it is also appropriate to briefly outline some of the key aspects pertaining to...
Inkumati, my apology. Can you skip these slides and just go to the gist of the report? We have seen all of this, and I have requested in the beginning that we don't dwell on this kind of information. Thank you.
Perfect. We'll go straight to slide number 9 then, Chair. It speaks to vision, mission, but I want to speak to mission. I want to speak to the outcomes here. So those are the visions and missions, but in essence then, I want to speak to the 4 outcomes at the bottom. Now, looking at the strategic objectives, our strategy can be decomposed into these 4 strategic pillars, referred to herein as the 4 outcomes. So these are very important and aligned with our new 5-year strategic plan. So the first outcome here has been revised as such. It aims to realize strengthened cooperation and stakeholder engagement. The second outcome aims to materialize institutional excellence and sound corporate governance. The third outcome deals with revenue enhancement and financial sustainability, which is very key, given the fact that as a CMA, we have that high reliance on the grant. whereas the fourth outcome deals with effective water resource use and protection, and that is really centered around our core mandate. If we then go to the next slide, so operationally, these are the four outcomes are executed in terms of these two programs. So this is also information that we've shared before. I won't be long on this. Outcome 1 to 3 lie within program 1, and outcome 4 lies within program 2. Next slide, please. So accordingly, in line with the outcome-based approach, we have followed, of course, the chain of causality, ensuring that the outcomes can be broken down into the respective outputs. So this is, of course, important. And in turn, the outputs can then be broken down into specific indicators. So these two slides here, if you can go to the next slide, they're really outlining how the outcomes cascade down to outputs, cascade down to indicators. This then takes us to the next slide, where we'll zoom into the indicators themselves. So having said that, we can now zoom into the actual APP indicators themselves. For the 2026-2027 financial year, we have a total of 29 APP targets and their accompanying indicators. 16 of these targets lie within program 1, whereas 13 of them lie within program 2. And then we'll quickly then go through each of these. So for outcome 1, we have this indicator number 1. Under indicator number 1, we measure the implementation of the stakeholder management plan. So that plan would then have various deliverables and activities there that we implement on a quarterly basis, and we want to achieve 100% of that. And then outcome number 2, so indicator number 2 all the way to indicator number 8 that you see here, that falls under outcome number 2, which is institutional excellence and sound corporate governance. And then we'll quickly cover each of them. So under indicator number 2, we measure compliance with approved audit plan. That's very key, and we make sure that we achieve more than 80% of that. And then under outcome number 3, we measure the implementation of the strategic risk register action plan as part of good corporate governance. Under item number 4, we measure the implementation of the risk management plan, also in line with the requirements of sound corporate governance, as per, in fact, King 5 now. And then under indicator number 5, we measure the implementation of the human resource plan. Then under item number 6, the implementation of the communications plan. And then very importantly as well, under item number 7, we look at the ICT strategy and then ICT governance under indicator number 8. And this has become very important as we plan to not only digitalize, but to we also want modernization as far as our ICT infrastructure is concerned, given the era of artificial intelligence that we find ourselves in. And then indicator number 9 all the way to 16, these fall under outcome number 3, which looks at revenue enhancement and financial sustainability. So indicator number 9 here, firstly, we measure the procurement budget spend on SMMEs, small medium enterprises, preferential procurement. So we also look at the components of women, the components of youth, and people living with disabilities. So that ensures that we are also contributing positively to the developmental mandate. And indicator number 9, we look at the procurement planned lead time, seeing to it that we are able to respond on time as far as this is concerned. And indicator number 11, we also measure the expenditure ratio. So these are some of the financial ratios that we look at. And indicator number 12, we look at the debt working ratio, and we also look at the debt collection ratio. So those are the respective financial ratios that help us to manage our finances in a sustainable and sound manner. Then under indicator number 14, we then look at the number of debtors payment period in days. So we want to make sure that the various sectors that we service, domestic and industry, irrigation and forestry, we're able to then collect timeously. And this also contributes then to our financial sustainability in terms of our revenue and the portion thereof that belongs to water resource charges. And then under item number 15, we look at the current ratio. Of course, it must be more than or equals to 1-to-1. And then 16 looks at the payment days. We also want to make sure that we pay our debtors in time to contribute to their development, especially the small and medium enterprises that we would use. So that then takes us to the next slide. Now, on this slide here, indicator number 17 all the way to the last one, 29, these fall under outcome number 4, which is really program 2, looking at water resource management, effective water resource use and protection. So going through these ones here, indicator number 17, we measure the number of river systems monitored. We have 4 of them, and we see to it that we measure all 4 of them. Under indicator number 18, we measure the percentage of waste discharge charges systems implemented, and our target here has been 75% or more. And then under indicator number 20, we look at the strategic ecological water requirements points that we monitor. You'll notice that we monitor various points across our catchments to see to it that we are able to then manage it accordingly. So the various points that we measure is also international obligation points under indicator 20. Under indicator number 21 is the number of effluent discharge into water resource monitors for compliance. I want to make sure that the water resource is kept, the quality thereof is kept up to scratch at all times. And it's important that the discharge is also then measured, monitored, and kept up to standard. And then under indicator 22, we look at the number of water use associations established. So that's the management of these water use associations in that regard. 23, we looked at planned inspections. So we also have various planned inspections as we do our compliance monitoring and enforcement. We plan inspections and then at various points to make sure that there's compliance, and if there's none, then we enforce the same under item number 24, where we take enforcement actions against non-compliance as part of our regulatory function.
Marty, you've got 4 minutes left. You've got 4 minutes left.
4 minutes left. That should suffice. Next slide, please. So here we look at water use registered under WOMS. We look at existing lawful water use. We then also look at the high-risk water use license applications. So these are the various applications that we look at and monitor, along with, of course, general authorization applications. Next slide, please. So accordingly, we have also outlined the respective strategic risks that we will be mitigating against. We have identified strategic risk under each outcome, and these include potential risk pertaining to stakeholder confidence, the ICT system, the financial resources, and water resources. So these potential risks will be managed accordingly. We then move on to the next slide. So at this point, we have now thoroughly addressed the intricacies of our strategies and programs. Accordingly, we now turn our attention to the financial aspects. And in essence, in this section, we will just dissect 2 key fiscal areas, namely revenue and expenditure. So here we begin with revenue on this slide. Now, in terms of revenue, we can confirm that the agency has, in the main, 4 revenue streams, or rather 4 sources of funding. The first one is the grant funding. That constitutes 65% of our total revenue. The second one is water resource charges, our revenue that we generate internally and constitutes 29% of our revenue. The third one is water discharge charges, which accounts for 5% of our total revenue. And the fourth one is just the mere interest from money that we bank, and this accounts for 2%. Therefore, the agency is largely reliant on the grant funding. And for the current financial year, the agency requires a total funding of amounting to 237 million, comprising 154 million from the grant. Next slide, please. Now, in terms of expenditure, we can confirm that the agency's budget had been formulated based on the following fundamental principle, of course, zero-based budgeting, and very importantly, enhanced reliance on internal capacity, cost containment measures, and extrapolation where appropriate. We can also confirm the allocation of the budget as follows. 68% is allocated towards staff costs, given the service-intense nature of our mandate, along with the enhanced reliance on internal capacity. 31% is allocated to operational expenses, whereas 1% towards board-related costs. The next slide, please. So on the next two slides, we simply demonstrate the split between the two programs. Program 1 accounting for 135 million, whereas Program 2 accounts for 103 million. Next slide, please, which we've already covered. So in conclusion then, this is this IUCMA's annual performance plan for the 2026-2027 financial year. And these are the planned activities for the year ahead. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, may I ask, would you like us to take questions on this now or add another water board or another CMA? Already?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good morning to the Minister. Good morning to my fellow colleagues. I want to propose that we deal with the questions now. Let's just get it out of the way and before we move to other presentations. If that is accepted by the committee and yourself, Chairperson, may I proceed?
Yeah, it's fine. You can continue. Let's go this round. Only 3 questions, please.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chair. Let me pose my questions to, firstly, to the chairpersons of the boards or the CEs that are present, and thereafter to the Minister. The first question, let's try to be as simple as possible, because South Africans are watching this, and we need to be as simplified. It doesn't have to be very complicated. Tell us how many members of your board that you have. What is the cost to keep these boards? How many meetings did they have in the past year? Also, tell us what exactly is your purpose? I want to also know what does it cost the department or cost the board to keep these entities afloat? Then my question to the Minister. Minister, have you considered, and I do not want a response that says I must refer to an act or refer, because our job as members of parliament is to look at these acts and where necessary to change the acts. We are lawmakers here in parliament. So tell us, why is it that these catchment agencies cannot be absorbed by existing water boards, that their functions cannot be absorbed there, and we have one CE that's responsible for this work? Or is it so complicated and requires so much of input by members that it requires a separate board where they are paid separately with a separate management, completely separate staff, etc., because the task that they have is so specialized? So I'd like to get a response in terms of those questions, please. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. We'll start with you, Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Thank you, Honorable Reddy. I like that there's a particular manner you want me to respond to the question. And the manner that you don't want is what I'm going to give you. That there's an act. You don't act outside.
No, please.
You don't act outside the act.
Already, allow the Minister to speak, please.
You don't function outside the act, not unless advised otherwise. But the mandate of the CMAs is different from the mandate of the water boards. If it was not like that, we're not going to have these CMAs. So it is not possible, Honorable Reddy, to bring the CMAs under the umbrella body, which are the water boards. It is not possible. That is the act, Honorable Reddy. Let's not be delinquents of the acts. Those are the acts. Thank you.
The CMAs, who's going to respond first? Brera Gouritz?
Yeah, Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you, Honourable Minister, as well as Honourable Reddy. I think from the Breede Oliphant's perspective, we have 9 currently active board members, and we have had 3 main board meetings, and of course these and various activities and committee meetings. These have amounted to 1 million, and it's subject to final auditing, Honourable Member. Thank you very much. And I think the other points the Minister has covered. Thank you, Chair.
Nkomati?
Thank you, Chair. Nkomati, we have 7 board members, and I think the number also is important for the committees that where issues get ventilated, because we need the numbers to form a quorum and to have informed, well-discussed resolutions at the end. I'm not able at this point to give the amount and the number of meetings that we have held, but we strictly adhere to, the numbers. The main meetings and the special meetings are designed for specific tasks. But we can then issue in writing, the information should the honourable member require that, regarding how much it has cost and the number of meetings we've held. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honourable Reddy? That was your responses.
Chairperson, when we get these presentations, it's always good that the presenters come here prepared. Don't come and tell us we must pose a question to the minister to get these responses, because that is what we want to hear. How is the money being spent? How many board meetings are held? What is the value add that the boards are bringing to the party? Now, when it comes to the issue of the act which we're relying on at the moment, I can tell you this much: as MK Party, we have a work group that is studying this, and really we want to start looking at an amendment to the act, which is now going to say let's merge these boards into one board. So you have a wall-to-wall board in a province that will be responsible for all of this, all of these responsibilities, and that will hold that one board accountable. I think it's a duplication. It's a waste of money, if you ask me. And if it's an act that's hindering us from making progress and transforming these boards and these entities into one, which I believe will be more effective, then we'll have to deal with that act. But thank you very much for those responses. Thank you, Chairperson. And thank you, Minister.
Thank you very much. Honourable Kegakilwe? Honourable Kegakilwe? Continue.
Good morning, Chairperson, and good morning, Minister. The chairpersons from the board, from the agencies, as well as the CEs and the CFOs, our support staff and honorable members, good morning, Chairperson. I only have 2 questions, one for Nkomati. I was looking at the budget when it comes to the rental. For the last financial year, they've spent about 9.2 million. But for 2026, 2027, they've budgeted 7.8 million. I just want to find out what is the reason for reduction, and are they planning to have their own premises, because this is a lot, and from 2028 up to 31, the amount is just increasing. And then I have one question again for Breede Oliphant, because when the chairperson opened, the chairperson indicated that the position of the CE as well as the COO is vacant. They are acting. When are they going to fill those positions? And why do they have an organogram? And they are aiming at filling only 90% of those positions. You can't keep 90%, then it means some of the positions are not needed. Those are my 2 questions, Chairperson, and thank you very much.
Minister?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Thank you, Honorable Kekgatilwe. In terms of the vacancy rate, you'll remember that we once reported here that we are assisting the CMAs by transferring the employees. And that process is it's almost completed. They are going to have the staff. The only vacancies that will be left will be those of critical positions that are not part of those that will be transferring. We have already agreed with the unions. Most of the employees have signed their transfer agreement and all that. So next time we'll come and give the progress report to the department. Also, the issue of the office space is one of our key priority to say after the transfer, how much space do they need and how do we then come closer to that, whilst we are also engaging the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure on the office space, which also affects us as DWS as well as our entities. Thank you very much. I will hand over to the CMAs. Thank you.
CMA Brede.
Thank you, Chairperson, once again, and thank you, Honourable Member. And thank you, Minister. The question on the CE and the COO, I'll just perhaps start on the positions. Of course, the positions, as the Minister has highlighted, we've just recently received, the transferred staff, which is almost complete. That process is complete. And of course, BOKMA, it's a growing organization, honorable members. And of course, the remaining 10% of the functions will be filled as soon as delegations are granted. One will understand that all CMAs gets established, and as the minister issues the delegations, then we are able to fulfill those functions. And we don't want to have the minister delegating functions and we are not ready in terms of our planning. And that's why you see that the organogram represent the stuff that would be required in anticipation of what should be delegated. And when that happens, then we are able to fulfill that that mandate. And the last two questions, Chairperson, the CE and the COO. The COO is, of course, a recently established position based on the expansion of Brede Olifants, which now covers the entire Western Cape. And of course, with the transferred staff from the DWS, it became necessary to have that kind of structure. We've operated for all the years with just a senior manager, but at this stage, the entity is large to warrant that kind of positions. Again, we didn't want to just have positions for the sake of it and titles, but we wanted to make sure that we set positions that are appropriate for the functions to be tackled. And of course, the CE will be appointed as soon as the new board has been appointed. This process, it's almost finalized. Thank you very much, Chairperson and honorable members.
Thank you very much. Nkumati.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Honourable Member, for the questions. For the IUCMA, it's really about the rental space and how much we spend on it. It is good that we see a reduction. I think we have gone back into the strategy and looked at the other offices that we have, the office space, your satellite offices, when we wanted to have a footprint within our area of operation. We are in the process, and we finalized of assessing the impact of those satellite offices, and that probably be some of them will be closed in due course, in a manner that will not negatively impact on the staff members that are operating in those offices. So we are going to see a further reduction on rental. And also on the main office that we have since negotiated with the landlord for the lease to reduce the space that we are occupying. We have taken a strategic decision that we would rather use the work from home policies that are in place in order for us to minimize on space and on rental costs as well. And just lastly, on ownership of property, this is an issue that has been considered by the board a few years, about 2-3 years ago, and there was a feasibility study already that we have sanctioned, and it has been finalized. There was a report that was submitted as to, just to look at the possibility of us having an office spaces that we probably will want to own in the near future. So it's something that we are continuously working on, and depending on the practicalities as well and affordability issues as well, and if our mandate also allows us for funding and so forth, it is really an option that we are looking at as a board of the IUCMA. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Kegakilwe, that was the responses.
Chairperson, thank you. Let me appreciate the response from the minister as well as from the CMAs. I'm covered. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Moore.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning. Good morning to yourself, to the Minister, Deputy Ministers, the members of the department, as well as our guests from the Water Catchment Authority and everyone else. Chair, I was going to do questions for all of the 6, but I've broken it down into 3 for the current batch. Just to start with a question to the department, what is the department's long-term funding model for catchment management agencies? Are the CMAs ultimately expected to become largely self-funding through water resource charges, waste discharge charges, and other lawful income? Or does the department envisage permanent reliance on annual augmentation grants from the fiscus? Because we're moving from the stage, Chairperson, of establishing these catchment agencies to now needing to less be focused on are they getting started, and now we need to start focusing on how are they operating. And I really need to understand this fundamental concept. My second question is to Ayokma. Can you please address the unsustainable revenue trajectory? How do you plan to deal with that? And particularly, I was concerned around water resource management. I understand when administration has a very high salary component, but water resource management budget allocates 83% to salaries and only 9% to projects. So if you could speak on that, please. And then on BOCMA, my final thing, Chair, I just want to make a point. On page 22 and 23 of the slides, obviously there were some challenges when the presentation was being done because not all the information showed. That's because the presentation doesn't show all the information, particularly on page 22. 2 of the line items don't even show up on the page. I know because I drilled into the data, pulled it out, and there's 2 additional lines that don't even show that should have been showing. So if we can please make sure presentations don't come like that. But to ask the question to BOCMA, one of the things you're talking about is you're aiming to increase your water resource management charge collection from 44% in 2024-25 to 85% in 2026-27, and then 90% in later years. And this is a great target. I'd like you to go into some more detail, please, on how you're planning to increase this, because having worked with various municipal entities and government entities across the country, an increase from 44% to 85% is not entirely realistic. And I'd like some detail on your specific efforts that you're doing to ensure that change. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Minister.
Chair, thank you so much. On behalf of the Minister, a very good morning, and let's thank Honorable Moore for the questions. Honorable Moore, the point you raise with respect to financial sustainability, it's a matter that is on the table for the Minister. Working with the DG and the team, we are absolutely correct when we look at financial sustainability that has befallen on the water board. In part, some of the CMAs, as you are aware, while the other honorable member, my brother, Comrade Reddy, wants to confuse water resources and water services. When it comes to water resources in terms of management, development, and doing so, in terms of the water use charges, we've been incrementally increasing them slowly. without making water to be mostly becoming a commodity in our country, and sometimes is not cost reflective. We do have a biggest challenge, Honorable Mom, with respect to issues of the billing. Some of the water, the CMAs in terms of raw water charge, which is a developmental charge, in certain instances, we are allowing municipalities to take the water directly, and a number of them have not been paying that particular amount. If you'll recall, we did actually raise, when we look at the debt that is owed to the water boards and the debt that is owed to the trading account, because that's the money that should come into our trading account. That is one aspect. The other aspect, if you could have noted, is when Minister presents, one of the biggest charge that we have not been doing as a water charge is the pollution charge, which is the waste discharge charge system. And the two water boards that are there, the CMAs, you could hear that they've started introducing the issue of the water use, the waste charge discharge system. Because one of the biggest responsibility, if the water becomes more deteriorating in terms of quality, it will cause problems. But as a ministry, we're open to ideas to say, what else can we do apart from dealing with issues of inefficiency? One of the issues of inefficiency, Honorable Mom, is around properties. You see, most of these entities are actually renting, and renting is very expensive. If the entity is going to be there for quite some time and you decide to rent, that's why Minister McPherson and Minister Majodin and ourselves, we've engaged on where do we actually house this, because these are some of the expenses that are there. But some of the expenses must go to capital in terms of the capex. Remember, they need to be gauging station, they need to be wares everywhere so that they can be able to do their job around these particular issues to manage. But in terms of the structure, we've insisted that there has to be capping around the question of overheads, because the overheads can't balloon that the money that must go to the main business. We should be able to look at it. But we need to be able to ensure that we speak to all of them, that they must be in a position to produce their financial sustainability plan. But in the first few years, Honorable Mo, we actually carry the responsibility as a ministry to fund them, that they must not fail. And your apprehension about their possibility of collapsing is an apprehension we share, but these are some of the mechanisms we thought we should be able to deal with. Then I will ask through you, Chair, that one or two of the entities, the IUCMA and BOCMA, can respond on the other matters. But the issue of financial sustainability, both for the water boards and CMAs, is our issue of concern. Thank you.
Thank you, Nkomati.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, DM, for the response on the trajectory, the revenue trajectory issue. The question was really on our COE, that it is actually higher than our mandated task. It's been something that we have been struggling with for a bit as a catchment. But one also has to take into account factors that might have influenced this high cost of employment. For example, we look at the age of the catchment, and we know that labor relations, there are increases that happen. We've been there for 20 years or so, and salaries go up as the years go by because of inflation. But also, when you look at the nature of our mandate as well, we have skilled personnel, and particularly in the water management section, we have skilled personnel. And it is also a challenge always that we need to retain the staff, and particularly the professional staff that we have in that particular area of operation, because that is where our core mandate sits. And because of the specialized skills and the retention strategy as well, then we find ourselves, we have to be competitive with the market out there to try and keep for as long as we can those that we eventually employ. But also what we have started embarking on as a board is we are in the process of reviewing all policies that are remuneration inclined, to see if maybe there are duplications, there are double dipping, and particularly on bonuses and yeah, just general benefits as well, that maybe they haven't been reviewed in a long time. So we are in a process as a board to do that and see how we can streamline that and start a consultation process perhaps with the unions that we have in place, and try and stabilize the issue of remuneration so that it does not skyrocket year on, unreasonably so. But the increases will definitely be seen on a yearly basis given the inflationary rate of our country. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Bokma.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you, Honourable Moore and the Honourable Deputy Minister Mashobo. I think the question on the increase on tariff, it's a very important one. But what we've experienced is that as BOCMA, we've built a very close relationship with our stakeholders. What we find with stakeholders where we operate, and I think everywhere in South Africa, people are willing to pay for services that are excellent, and where there is trust in the national entities. And what we've done as BOCMA is to build that relationship with our stakeholders. And I think even in the opening statement by the minister is that, receiving a clean audit and still providing services, it's very, very difficult. In the space where one has to work, with the various prescripts that are required within the country. But as BOCMA, we are doing that. And last year, we've, managed to collect 80% of the invoiced amounts, and we continue to achieve more with the stakeholders. Why is that? Is that stakeholders trust BOCMA, and they will continue to do so. And it is important that we increase the tariffs in order to be sustainable. And I think one of the questions that was asked, it's whether or not CMAs can be sustainable. That is a very, very tricky question, because these tariffs have not increased, to a level where one would be able to say that you buy money equivalent to how you can make an entity be sustainable. But this is what we are working towards. With good relationships, we would be able to collect better, and we will be able to run efficient entities. Chairperson, thank you very much, and thank you, Honourable Moore.
Thank you very much. Honourable Moore, that was the responses.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you to both of the catchment agencies and particularly to the Deputy Minister. I'm glad we share our concern. And I want to frame it correctly, because as the Honourable already has said, he has concerns about the viability of these structures at all and whether they should be shut down. When we look at the financial viability, particularly in terms of the constrained nature of water across the country, we need to take that into consideration very seriously. When the official opposition is noting it's researching this, we need to take it very seriously. And I'll be honest, when the response to why is so much money spent on staff in the Water Management Authority, that it's a legacy issue of staff's costs just going up, my experience with government means that isn't an easily solvable problem, which means that the entity is going to continue having this massive divergence of staff costs versus actual money spent on the required work, which means it's unlikely to necessarily get onto its functional areas as well as we could hope. And I think that provides a very strong emphasis towards the concerns that Honourable Reddy is raising. So I'm like I say, I'm glad that the DM was quite so stringent on his concerns, and he's got far more expertise than I do in this area. But Chairperson, let me end by saying, and I'm sure this will be a similar concern with every single one, and I know because I've read all the presentations, this financial concern is very real in this space. And I think we need to note we're going to have to keep a very close watch on this and potentially ask for more emphasis in the presentations on the success towards functional, rather than just the implementation of the agencies, but rather measurement of the functionality of the agencies as they move towards financially independent organizations. Thank you, Chair, and thank you again for the responses.
Honorable Ditebe, my apology, Honorable Ditebe.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning to the Minister, Deputy Ministers, Chairs and CEs, Executive Management of our CMAs, all of the colleagues and guests on the platform. Chairperson, straight to BOCMA, I think they've recorded here a budget of 284.7 million and increasing annually. And they further record that 21 rivers were monitored for eco status and 96 strategic points for water quality and 26 dams inspected for safety risks, etc. Staying with the dams, how many of those dams are privately owned and how many are state-owned? And what are the inherent risks that they have established arising from their inspection of the 26 dams? And back to the quality of water in the rivers, can they say with certainty that the raw water that's the body of raw water that's in the rivers is such that it's not contaminated, hugely contaminated to a point where it could increase costs for the water service authorities, water service providers, etc., whichever is applicable in terms of treating that water. But overall, Chair, just the same question. I don't quite get a sense that there is a very strong strategy long-term on the part of the CMAs to ensure that given all the inherent risks in terms of the quality of water, all the contaminants, the effluents that are found in our rivers, etc., that everything is being done to ensure that in the long term, our rivers, the water that's found there is of great quality. If they could please just explain that part. And as far as the, I think it's the targets and the goals, you have ICT there with 90%, and then you have 30% SMEs, 40% and 7% for women, 40% for women, 7% for the disabled. Are these targets met or targets set in respect of the MSME or SMME sector for BOCMA, for example? Yeah, so there is, I think, somewhere again where they are saying that they will request to fund the organization on the back of a surplus, and that is pending an approval. So, Chairperson, I think those are my questions to the CMA. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Minister?
Thank you, Chair. Let the CMAs respond to the questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. BOCMA?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you, Honorable Minister. I think I will also just share some energy here with my CE Chairperson, just to give him some space to ventilate as well and show his expertise. If it is okay through you, Chairperson, that I would just allow him to just touch on these particular questions. Thank you, Chair.
100%. You may continue.
Chairperson, thank you. On the first one regarding the dam safety issue in the Bokma area. So after dams, the majority of them, if not all, is all private dams. It's not state dams. And a little bit of background on this one: the dam safety aspect is not delegated to a CMA at this stage. The Bokma is operating here on behalf of the Dam Safety Office in Pretoria in doing this dam safety inspections. And we will see, is now still early days to see what are the risks attached to those dams, but we will observe it and write it down after the inspections, and then on a later stage we can provide a report what we have found about the risk and linked to the dams now. When it comes to the water quality issue in the Bokma area, there are certainly in the Bokma area there are incidents and some spots here and there about pollution of water resources, right? But it must also be said that our water board, the Overberg Water Board, and our water service providers, the municipalities, the place where they get the water from in the catchment in general is normally in the upper part of the catchment where you don't find these incidents of pollution, for example, spillage from sewage works, etc. But it is happening, no? And that's why the Bokma has always tried to respond on a regular basis. Whenever we receive a complaint, we respond to that pollution. But in general, the water quality of the water resources in the Bokma area is is still, in my opinion, in a very good state. And I mean our monitoring and the quality analysis that we do for the water resources is actually also enforcing that point. But like I say, it's not 100% clean, but I mean the status is still very good quality wise in our water resources. When it comes to the targets for the preferential procurement, where it is in a Bokma like 40%, 30%, and 7% for women, youth, and people with disability. That this is our plan now for the next year, and we've put already things in place. We advertise for more service providers to come to the fore to actually achieve this. Previously, it was, for example, in some of the items, it was a challenge because it was the nature of where the Bokma is situated. No? And previously, we were the Breda Gouritz area where it was more rural. So then it was difficult to find these service providers. But now, with the inclusion of the Cape Town area, I can see it will be quite more possible to actually achieve these targets for women, youth, and people with disability because the Bokma is really focusing on that to achieve that. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Nkomazi, do you want to add something to that?
Yes, please, Chair. Just on your preferential procurement, I think I will hand over to the CE just briefly, to indicate the achievement and what are just briefly part of the challenges. And then on water quality through UC as well, I think the water resource executive will be better positioned to just give us a highlight of what are the strategies and stakeholder implementation plans that you are busy with that are assisting us in this regard. Thank you, Chair, with your permission.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chair. So let me quickly just start with I just made some notes here, with the aspects of water quality. So I must indicate firstly that we do take extreme measures to monitor water resource quality as a key component of our mandate. And of course, this is to prevent pollution, diseases and also to manage the climate change issues. So we measure extensively. We measure various variables and parameters. We measure the physical parameters. We measure the level of chemical pollution. We measure the levels of organic pollution as well. These are microbials. We measure the level of nutrients and enrichment. That's when we talk about eutrophication. We also measure the level of heavy metals within our water resources. So that's looking at toxicity. Apologies. So those are all the various parameters that we measure. And you'd note as well, even in the presentation, we didn't have time to look at it, but we do have a number of sites, measuring sites across the catchment that indicates precisely all the places where all of these extensive measurements are taking place. So that talks to the water quality. But of course, we also have monitoring of compliance, and then we also enforce, we also see to it that we enforce where compliance is not met. So those are all the various initiatives that we have internally, looking primarily at the issue of water quality. So that's very key to us, and it's very key to our day-to-day activities. And then when it comes to the SMME targets, so you notice for the IUCMA, we do achieve the actual SMME target on an annual basis. So that's the overall. And then, of course, it has sub targets looking at the women, people with disability, youth, and so forth. So that's where we struggle a bit. But in this manner, we also then are reaching out to make sure that we access as much of these demographics as possible. The limitation there is usually the PPF, the triple PFA itself. Remember, this preferential aspect is only given 20%, and then you have 80% to the functionality. But we do try to see to it that we comply and we attempt to achieve those respective targets as well.
Thank you. Honorable Ditebe, that is the responses.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think there's just one small aspect which was not responded to in detail, and under expenditure review that pertains to a shortfall amount of 20.3 million rand, which BOCMA says, pending National Treasury approval. They will have to incorporate that into their overall spend, but then if that is not approved, they'll have to make some adjustments, curtailing non-critical activities, etc. Now, is it their view that this is a once-off, this shortfall which they reference here under expenditure review, or it's something that they'll be able to then avoid going forward? Because if there's going to be a shortfall from time to time, pending the approval of National Treasury, then that means that the whole budget would be wobbly, and by implication that will then affect their overall targets and goals. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, BOCMA. Can you maybe respond to that?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'll also allow the CFO to touch on this one, but perhaps if I start is to simply say that, when an entity like ours, we're not allowed to make a surplus, therefore we need to apply if we are to use the surplus. But I think the only reason we've applied for it is just in case the transfer does not arrive in time. It's just to ensure that the entity does not stay idle and we're not able to function because the transfer, there's been some glitch and so on. But we've been working very well with the department. We hope that there won't be any glitch at all. The funds will be transferred in time. But I'd like to allow the CFO or the CE chairperson to just quickly respond on this, confirm or otherwise. Thank you, Chair. Through you.
Have you now committed the department on this?
I've committed through you, Chairperson, my team, the CFO. I have no mandate to commit the department, Chair. With all due respect.
I'm just trying to establish whether you utilize this opportunity here now to make sure the department honor that agreement. Thank you. You can continue.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, The reason for this shortfall is because of the cut from the augmentation, Chair. We had this very same situation last year, but we end up being able to adjust our budget. So we are facing such in each and every year because of the augmentation cut. But as time goes, we are learning from it. Even if you notice the figure compared to last financial year has dropped a little bit. So we are improving. Going forward, we want not to have a shortfall. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Minister, would you like to comment on this?
No, Chair, I'm fine. No, I'm fine, Chair. Thanks.
Okay. Honorable
Chairperson?
Ditewe, that was the responses.
Chairperson?
Chair, okay, who goes first? Is it me or?
No. Is there someone that would like to add?
It's me, Chairperson. I just want to have 2 seconds close statement, if you will.
Okay, not a problem. Continue.
Thank you, Master. Thank you, Honorable Mr. Ditewe as well. It's just to say that maybe when you look at the surplus that BOCMA has achieved, it's one indication of showing an entity that is functioning at full speed. We are able to collect more than what the entity need during the operational year. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Ditewe.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think the latter part of the response pretty much satisfies what I was looking for. Thanks.
You're welcome, Honorable Kobe.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning to your good self, honorable colleagues, to the Minister, the Deputy Ministers that are both online, Chair, and the entities that are online as well. Good morning. Chair, mine I think is very simple. I think maybe let's start with slide number 25 from BOCMA, Chair. In terms of the administration, it is noted there on the very first slide there, the first line item. I want to make sure that I understand correctly. What is that of the CEO that amounts to? I'm not too sure how many. Chair, that amounts to 4 million. I'd like to know exactly what is that. Is that monies that is dedicated to the office of the CEO that amounts to 4 million? If they could clarify that to us. Chair, in comparison to BOCMA, in comparison to Inkomati, I think BOCMA is doing quite well in terms of sustainability. When we look at their funding, that 60% of the sources of income is self-generated, generated, which is a great marker. I'm very particularly worried with Inkomati, which generates only 34% from itself as an entity, and 65% is received from grants. And of that 65%, Chair, most of it goes to salaries. I wonder if maybe they have not. I just want to know, in terms of the staff complement, how many do they have as a staff complement? And maybe if we can start thinking about trimming down the staff complement to look and evaluate to see how much of the core staff can we retain, and the rest of it we can then start to take as professional services on an ad hoc basis. I think that will go a long way in terms of lessening the amount. So maybe if they can tell us how many do they have in terms of a staff complement, and then maybe we can see how much we can help them in terms of trimming down and streamlining their functions. Chair, as well as the 7 million, almost 8 million, that goes to rental. I do understand that the department, in terms of the Act, they can't necessarily be absorbed into the department or anything like that. But in terms of shared physical space, we must then start really considering that the department has provincial offices in every single province. And what needs to then, what we then need to start considering is how many then can be absorbed into a certain space together, just so that we can cut on leases. And I think going forward, this should be the approach of the department with their entities, especially catch management agencies. they're only starting to get off the ground now, as the Deputy Minister has said. And so in order to capacitate them, we need to start taking them under our wings in terms of physical presence, just so that we can lessen those expenses. And then in terms of how they act within their own board constitutions, we don't need to absorb them into any other thing. We can respect those delineations. But in terms of physical presence, they need to be absorbed, and they need to start thinking of how to share physical spaces. Chair, and I think I also have a problem with the board fees, Chair. It says in the Inkomati CMA, 1% goes to board fees, which on the outset looks fine because just 1%, but it has 7 board members and annually 3 million is spent, 2.8, almost 3 million is spent. I'd like to maybe understand the breakdown of it, if they could really give that to us, Chair. But I think Inkomati is spending much more on quite stagnant on quite stagnant line items where we could use the money to sort of increase on things that will give us a return on investment and generate much more income and enhance revenue collection on their end, Chair. That's my contribution, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Minister?
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Honorable Kobe. I will respond on the sharing of the office space. I cannot agree more with Honorable Kobe. What we are doing as the department, we are waiting for the transfer process to be finalized so that we know exactly when we talk about sharing of this space, how many people are we talking about, how much space are we talking about. So I appreciate that we must also bring them closer for close monitoring, because at the end of the day, they are supposed to deliver on their mandate, but we must know exactly where they are working for. But but also to ensure that there is alignment in terms of the work that they are doing and what we are supposed to do as a department. I fully agree with the honorable member that as we have just completed this consolidation of how many employees are going to which CMA, then the next step will be that of accommodation or office space in order to save a lot of their resources in terms of renting the space. Thank you very much. Then the CMAs will respond to other issues. The DG is also on the platform, Chair. I forgot to tell you that he is back and he's really appreciating the messages of condolences from you as the portfolio committee. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. DG, good morning. Would you like to add?
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you for the condolences as well. Yes, just a couple of points on various issues that have been raised at a very high level, and that is that the provisions of the National Water Act, which provide for the establishment of catchment management agencies, were put there on the basis of extensive analysis of international experience of catchment management, which indicates that catchment management is best carried out at the local level. And that's the main motivation why we have the catchment management agencies, with the boundaries based on catchments and with representation of local water users, because that's the most effective way of managing catchments. And also the aim is for the catchment management agencies to become financially self-sustaining through water use charges. There's a general problem with the financial sustainability of the water sector in South Africa caused by high non-revenue water at municipal level and poor revenue collection at municipal level, but that affects the whole sector, not just the CMAs. And I'd like to just also ask the CFO, with your permission, Chair, to come in a little bit about the financial issues, the financial sustainability issues, and also this issue of a surplus that was raised. Frans?
Thank you very much. Yeah, as DG has indicated, the CMAs are established as Schedule 3 A national public entities under the PFMA, and they are substantially funded from the revenue fund, but as he has indicated as well, we are working towards these CMAs being more financially sustainable. So currently, most of them, because they're still at an establishment phase, we are having this augmentation fund. But over the long term, we are making sure that they are able to sustain themselves. And regarding the matter raised on BOCMA, we have engaged with the CE and the CFO. So as they have correctly indicated, whenever they are having challenges, we do ensure that we fund those. So the matter that was raised earlier on relating to the shortfall, they've communicated to the department that arose from the bringing of staff from our Western Cape office. And we have confirmed with the CMA that those funds will be made available during the adjustment budget. We received that correspondence after the budget has been signed off by National Treasury, but I can confirm in here that the shortfall has been taken care of. Thank you.
Thank you very much, BOCMA.
Thank you very much once again, Chairperson, and thank you, honorable members, DG and CFO of the department. I think there was point mentioned about sharing of offices. Maybe just to highlight that we already, even with the expansion, with Olifants added onto, BOCMA at this time, we are sharing the offices with the department. Of course, it's again showing intention to align, with the resources of both the department as well as the CMAs. The aim here, it's not to inflate or to create pyramids or, anything like that, but it's to ensure that services are taken to the people where it is needed. And I think on the particular point around the 4.1 million in the office of the CEO, this includes 3 salaries, including that of the CEO and 2 other level 11 staff members, and of course, and some overheads with it. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Inkomati.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you as well to DG and the CFO of the department. Just a few issues that I want to highlight, Chair, with the questions coming from Member Kobe. Thank you for the questions, Member. And just on issue of staff complement, Chair, and how, we envisage that can be trimmed down. We have recently restructured the organization. Partly so that it talks to the 5-year strategy. That is, we are now in year 1. We will be in year 1, 2026-27. But number 2 was also to see how we can, reallocate the resources that we have in order for, and primarily, to be able to enhance revenue collection, amongst other things. So there has been movement that has been happening within the institution with the staff that we have. There's a new organogram as well that talks to that. One of the things as well from the restructuring during the consultation phase that we were trying to encourage also to the staff was the option of transferring to the new CMAs. There hasn't been a big take on that particular option, but it was also an option that we then gave to the staff members and the union during consultation. But yeah, the 34% that member has spoken to, Member Kobe has spoken to as well. It really talks to how we try to streamline our revenue collection with the resources that we have going forward, and hence the restructuring. The second part of that is, stakeholder tightening of relationships with stakeholders, and particularly your water boards. Your irrigation boards. There have been issues with irrigation boards and payments and balances with the department as well. So those are some of the issues, but we are gaining the confidence as well the water boards as a major stakeholder of the irrigation boards as a major stakeholder, whilst we're trying to transform in terms of the strategy of the department, but we have been battling with the balances and what is owed, what should be paid, but we have embarked on an exercise to try and there's concessions that at this point we are really thinking about, and they have put things on the table, but yeah, it's an ongoing issue that we hope to resolve, and we should then be able to know exactly what it is that we should be collecting from the irrigation boards. Just lastly as well, on the issue again that keeps coming up of the board meetings and the concern that we seem to be spending, it's a percent of our total budget on governance and board meetings and so forth. I still want to request that we be allowed to, in writing, give a proper breakdown of what are these meetings that we are having, and how we justify the spending on those. If we can be allowed to then give a full breakdown and how much we have spent, if we give a full breakdown in the near future as to how our governance structures are structured. CE, I'm not sure if you want to come in a bit on revenue collection as well, adding to what I have just said.
Thank you very much, Chair. Yes, I wanted to just have a bit of a bite when it comes to the financial sustainability of the IUCMA. Firstly, we must make it clear that that is certainly something that is of concern to us and something that we are actively working towards. So what we do have in place within the IUCMA, we do have a financial sustainability plan that we've been implementing now for a couple of years. And key to that financial sustainability plan, there are two aspects. There is the revenue enhancement aspect, where we're looking at ways to optimize our current revenue. So that will be optimizing the collection, especially from municipality. There's poor collections there. But we're also looking at generating multiple revenue streams. So that is the first component. The second component is the cost containment measures that we've taken. So that actually talks to some of the initiatives and the questions that were asked regarding the staff complement. I think Member Khosa has spoken to it, that we have restructured. We have significantly reduced our structure there in accordance with that. And I believe that we have now trimmed it to the core such that we cannot trim it any further if we still want to be able to respond to the fundamental mandate as per the National Water Act. And then we've also taken measures regarding office space. I think we also consider all of those options. It was Honorable Member Kegagilwe, who identified that our rental spend has reduced from 9.2 million to 7.8 million. And that is because of deliberate interventions where we've also looked at how we can reduce this office space in order to optimize in line with these cost containment measures. So this financial sustainability plan, we continue to implement it, and we're hopeful that we should be able to change that proportion. The 68 coming from grant and the 32 coming from our internal revenue. We want to change that proportion significantly as time goes on. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Advocate Khosa, that near future is 14 days. Please give us a full report on that 1% spend on your boards within 14 days to the committee. Thank you. Honorable Kobe?
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm satisfied and covered. But Chair, maybe just as a point to say that BOCMA, I understand that they've reduced significantly in terms of their leases from 9 million to 7 million, which does show intentionality. And I will make a comparative analysis because we are dealing with sort of the same entities. BOCMA is leasing far less at 5 million rand, and I think it's generating way much more money. I'm just saying, just as a matter of caution and advice to the boards, that maybe just look at your strengths and try really to try to strengthen yourself where you can. If you can move monies from one item to another and save yourself, I really, really advise that you do. But thank you very much, Chair. I've got satisfactory answers all across the board from the Minister, DGs, and both the boards. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. We're going to go now to the second round of presentation. Pongola, can you start with your presentation? 15 minutes.
I think my hand was up. Maybe it went off.
I
If I
haven't
may.
seen it. My apology,
Okay.
Honorable Ramaila. Your hand is still not up, but you're more than welcome
Okay.
to ask questions.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. And my apology. I'm at the airport. The background might be bad for me. But first to Okma. My question is with regard to the surplus utilization. My question then is, why is the surplus carried over instead of being redirected towards clearing the backlog into water use license applications or infrastructure maintenance? Secondly, with only 39% of the budget left for operations, how does the agency intend to fund capital-intensive interventions for acid mine drainage? And when it comes to Nkomati, my question is with regard to the revenue. That what is the specific revenue recovery strategy to reduce the employee-related costs to be under 40% in accordance with the norms and standards? And the last one for me will be, as a proto-CMA transitional arrangements are concerned, my question is that how much of the 65% grant is earmarked for the absorption of DWS staff? And is that not something like a dumping place for the department personnel without matching increase in self-generated revenue? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Minister?
Yeah, Mashaba will respond.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair. Comrade Stan has his mic still on because there is noise on the background, Chairperson.
Yeah, can I, Minister, my apology. Yeah, I just wanted him to mute himself. Minister, you can continue.
No, thank you so much, Chairperson. The other issues the two water boards would respond to, but the matters that are being raised, I think it was Honorable Moore who raised it, and to a certain extent, Honorable Reddy. The issue around the financial turnaround plan, we are actually looking at it, Chairperson, including from your own experiences. And the DG, when he was saying, there are matters that are historical, that are very subjective. And these matters that are subjective is that initially, before we institutionalize this question of democratization of water resource management at a local level by those water users that are there, that function has always been performed by the Department of Water and Sanitation. And when it was performed by the Department of Water and Sanitation, there were employees that are actually responsible for water resource management, whether is it water resource protection, water use authorization, water use, water monitoring and quality monitoring that was happening on the ground. And Minister is clearly indicating that some of that liability, we are transferring it to the new entities. And some of the employees are not actually going to be going to this organization, Honorable Comrade Stan. We then have to be in a position, DG and the team, we have said that we wanted to carry this liability in the meantime for the next 3 years when it comes to these entities, that we shall be in a position to continue to carry this, But at the very same time, these boards that have been appointed by Comrade Minister have a fiduciary responsibility to ensure that these entities are self-sustainable. And we have indicated some of the example. In the main, the biggest income is the water use charges. And the water use charges, the minister has always been very careful, Honorable Chairperson. You know, we have led us here in the water sector for some time. As a country, we wanted to manage the water for water resource developmental charge, but at the very same time, it must be consumer rate. But a country like ours, you don't want some of these water users at a local level that they will not be able to pay and fund this. Then the issues of inefficiencies that teacher has referred to. The issue of credit control and revenue management is an area that we need to improve on it. But then there are issues of inefficiencies in the system. Inefficiencies in the system that are related to issues of water conservation and demand management, whether it's governance, whether it's asset management, and some of those particular issues. I'm very pleased, as I said earlier on, one of the driving costs, apart from this issue of compensation of employees, Chair, is the issue of accommodation. And Minister, the other day, she directed me, I met with Minister Dean McPherson, who was very helpful to say we needed to find permanent homes so that at least we don't continuously be renting this when we do need a permanent buildings. The example by the Deputy Chair, Advocate Koza, that she was mentioning on how they are looking at other mechanisms is to implement that particular strategy. But then the idea of dealing decisively with the issue of non-payment by water users is a problem. I know, for an example, at home in Mpumalanga, Mbombela as a municipality, they owe the CMAs. A number of these municipalities, they owe the CMAs. And when the CMAs are being owed, we're also owed in terms of the water trading entity, which is the water resource account. And then when we're being owed, that's what we're looking at to deal with some of those issues. But the other guidance that Honorable Comrade Stern, we are saying, we take it, and some of those issues that must be infused in trying to recalibrate these institutions so that they're effectively run and they don't collapse. With your permission, Chair, the BOGMA and the Inkomati can conclude. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bokma.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you, DM Mahlobo, and Honorable Ramaila as well, as question around or comment on the surplus. Maybe just to say that the surplus is particularly collected outside of the approved budget. In other words, this is an ongoing debt that was transferred when a specific area of responsibility was transferred to the CMA. And of course, the CMA have put in place resources to ensure that it can collect this debt. And this is why we have the amount. And what's very important about it is that we can't just spend it. We have to declare with National Treasury, and that's exactly what we've done. But also to highlight that we don't necessarily have issues of acid mine drainage within the area of operations, but where it is necessary, we also make the applications, as we've done, Chairperson, to ensure that we are able to use the funds in areas where it is required, but we do so within the prescripts of the law. We can't just use the money, but we need to make sure that it is properly accounted for within the required prescripts. Thank you very much, Chairperson. I hope that covers Honorable Ramaila's question.
Thank you very much, Inkomati.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you to DM also for the responses that have assisted us. Regarding Honorable Member Ramaila's question on the cost of the COE that is so high for our catchment, I have spoken to restructuring, when the previous member asked this question and the reasons why we structured. We also need to remember that with the delegations that we get from the department, for example, the wastewater charge that we currently implementing, it goes to follow that when those delegations are then handed over or transferred to us, we need to have the resources to be able to implement this. So that was also what the restructuring process was trying to cover, so that we don't necessarily add to our staff complements every time delegations are transferred to us by the department. We should rather see how we can, strengthen the resources that we have internally. And I think, in the medium term, at least, we will see the impact of the staff, the current staff complement that will be upskilled and reskilled to be able to to answer the questions, the modern questions that are being answered currently, as and when the delegations are being given to us. So we are trying to stretch the resources, the human resources that we have currently, without piling in. But also one of the issues that is really of assistance to us as well is the issue of learnerships as well. That are being funded by the CETAs. We then utilize this, it benefits the organization, and it also benefits the learners that are coming into the institution for work experience that they get at the end of those learnerships. Thank you, Chair. I hope that answers to some extent the question of Honorable Member Ramaila. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ramaila. That is the responses.
Thank you, Chair. Partly covered, but what I'll do is to submit written questions so that I can get proper written responses. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Let's now go to Pongola. Can you do your presentation in 15 minutes?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, members of the Portfolio Committee, Minister that's on the platform, Deputy Minister, distinguished stakeholders, DG DWS. My name is Tava Kelly. I am the Chairperson of Pongola Umzimkhulu Catchment Management Agency. I share this platform with Zakhele Buthelezi, who is the acting CEO, Mr. Jay Reddy, who is the Director for Water Resource Authorizations, and Deirdre Kruger, who is the Board Secretary. I'm going to hand over to Zakhele Buthelezi, who is going to take us through the budget and APP for 26-27 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You can continue.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Greetings to yourself, members of the committee, Honorable Minister and Deputy Minister, chairpersons of the board, CEOs, as well as the colleagues from the department. I'll be taking you through in terms of the presentation from Pongola Umzimkhulu. It's one of the newer catchment management agencies. The focus, I think I'll focus directly into the APP scorecard as well as the annual budget. Maybe if you can move to, in the interest of time, to slide number 6. In terms of our priority areas, as per the strategic plan of the POCMA, the first priority is the effective and integrated water management. Second is the improved stakeholder satisfaction, which talks to the issues of your partnership, the inclusivity in terms of the communities and industries, municipalities, through the transparent communication. Then for us to be able to succeed as the entity, we need to improve our operational efficiency. So that is what is actually the priority areas in terms of our strategic plan. If you can move. I'm not going to talk to this. This is just a breakdown in terms of how the entity is actually the structure at the high level. Then this is the strategy map in terms of the entity. The priority area number 1, which is effective and integrated water resource management, with 2 outcomes, which is protected water resources and improved ecological infrastructure. Under the improved stakeholder satisfaction, we are looking at the outcome number 1, which one outcome increased in terms of the stakeholder satisfaction level. Then under improved operational efficiency, we've got 2 outcomes, which is financial viable entity as well as the empowered workforce. These actually assist in terms of us delivering the mandate that we have as an entity. Can you move into the next? So these are the APP scorecard in terms of the 2026-2027 financial year under the priority number 1, which is effective and integrated water resource management. The first indicator is it talks to the percentage implementation of the waste discharge strategy. We're looking at 75%. Then the percentage of high risk water use license application processed and recommended within 74 working days, it's 80%. The low risk finalized within 90 days, it's 80%. Then the percentage of the approved water use authorization, which is a new indicator, is about 100%. Then the validation and the verification of the existing water users, we are looking at 40. Then the number of water users that will be monitored in terms of them adhering to their licenses, we are looking at 10. And the percentage reported non-compliance cases investigated. These are the referrals in terms of the cases. We're looking at 80% of all the cases being investigated and concluded. If you can move to the next. Then we're also looking at about 80% of the percentage of the enforcement action taken against the non-compliant users. And we are looking at 100% in terms of the 100% in terms of the percentage of the pollution incident responded to within 48 hours. And 100% in terms of the monitoring of the restriction within our water management area. Then we're also going to look at the number of rivers in which the Rivo Eco Status Monitored Program is implemented. We are looking at 10 rivers, and the number of rivers monitored for the implemented resource-directed measures. We are looking at about 12. Then the strategic points that will be monitored for the water quality, we are looking at 150 in terms of those within the water management area. Then in terms of the stakeholders, one of the stakeholders is our Water User Association. We're looking at 5 where we will be reviewing their business plan. The annual report, all 20 Water User Association will be reviewing their annual report. The number of stakeholder engagement conducted with learners, about 15. The number of stakeholders engagement conducted with the strategic partners, we're looking at 14. We also have the number of clear river campaigns for 3 rivers, and there are 3 river projects that will also be implemented in the form of the Adopt the River. Then we're also going to look at the stakeholder satisfaction survey. We've already determined the baseline, and we are looking at 5% improvement in terms of from the baseline on the stakeholder satisfaction survey. The number of stakeholder engagement conducted for strategic partnership, we are looking at 14. So that is on that. Then when you move to priority number 3, In terms of the finances, we are looking at developing some policies as a new entity, about 2. Then the percentage procurement spent on the SMMEs for the preferential procurement, 30%, 30% or more. That's what we are looking for. And from the entities owned by women, about 40%, youth, 30%, entities owned by the persons with disabilities, about 7%. Then you've got your debtors payments days, we are looking at 120 days. The creditors payment period of 30. The current ratio of greater than 1:1 in terms of the entity. Then under the workforce, we are looking at 3 policies that we'll be developing. We're also going to be undertaking in terms of developing our human resource strategy in the 2026-2027 financial year, and a percentage of vacant positions filled within 90 days of the advertisement, we are looking at 80%. Then you also have your percentage in terms of your staff turnover. We are looking at least 8%. The number of human resource strategy developed, 1, communication strategy, as well as the ICT strategy. We are going to develop 1. The strategic risk that will be developed, it's 1. The number of audit plan, we are looking at 1. The number of approved APPs submitted as per the requirements, 1. The shareholder compact as well as annual report, 1, as well as the quarterly report that will be submitted to the department. If you can move. Then these are the risks as well as the mitigations in terms of the risks, which ranges from the water allocations as well as the transformation, where we'll be developing the allocation strategy and ensuring that the license is actually compliance driven, the institutional capacity, the information decision and integrity, regulatory compliance and enforcement, financial sustainability and ethical governance. Those are some of the key risks that we've actually identified as the CMA. We've also at the high level included the mitigation thereof. If you can move to the next. Then in terms of the budget, the total, it's about 149.4 million, which comprises of the water resource charges of about 116.3 million, as well as the augmentation fee from the department of about 32.6 million, and the interest of 471,000. If you look at the split thereof, you can see that about 75% of our revenue would be coming from the water resource charges, and 21% will be coming from the augmentation fee. Can you move? This is just a split as well in terms of the split per the program. As you can see, water resource management is about 52%, and the other 47.8% it's on the administration. You can move to the next. Then in terms of the expenditure, again, it talks to the 149.4 million, of which about 71.4 million is under administration program, and 77.9 million is under the water resource management, and about 90.6 million it's the employee cost. Goods and services about 55.4 million, and the assets we are looking at 3.4 million. Just to indicate, Chairperson, that included in the goods and services are some of the programs, such as the River Health Program, the Water Resource Study, the River Rehabilitation Program, to the value of about 8 million, which is actually have been set aside, and about 4 million that will talk to the water quality management and the water quality testing across the province. If you can move. this is just a breakdown in terms of that. You can see that 60% is the employee cost, 37% is the goods and services. Then these are some of the projects that we'll be looking at. We are going to undertake a water balance across the province. The last time the study was actually made was 2004. So I think we want to prioritize the water balance within the catchment. If we can move. Then we're also going to be going to do the water resource assessment study, the baseline in terms of the baseline determination, water use and demand assessment, and water quality and ecological assessment in the Sutu to Umhlatuze as well as the Tugela water management area. You can move. Then we're also going to be looking at river rehabilitation projects where we will be doing the assessment and the planning, the design solutions such as the bank stabilization, erosion control, the physical rehabilitation of the road, of the rivers, in terms of your Ngandu Gagane River, as well as the Umgeni river system. So that's one of the projects as well that we'll be undertaking in terms of this. I think that's the last. Just talk to the tributaries that will also be looking at your Msunduzi, your Lions River, your Kloof River, as well as the Table Mountain, which are all linked to the Umgeni system, which is one of the most important river system in the water management area. Chairperson, that is our presentation from PUCME. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Val?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I would like to greet Chairperson and the honorable members, the Honorable Minister Pemi Majodina, our Deputy Minister, fellow Chairpersons of the CMAs and distinguished colleagues on the platform. My name is Des Fransman, and I have the privilege of serving as the Chairperson of the Vaal Orange Catchment Management Agency. Chair, we would like to mention that as a newly operationalized institution, we continue to build governance and institutional capacity. The governing board was constituted with 9 members. However, during it was this quarter, we had 2 resignations. Notwithstanding this, the board has remained functional and committed, having convened 3 quarterly meetings for this financial year. We are currently in the process of acquiring office space. That would mark an important step in establishing our institutional footprint. Chair, I'm pleased to indicate that the staff has now been transferred, and we have started also getting our delegations from DWS, and VOCMA is now entering a phase of full operationalization from the month onward. Chair, as part of our proactive response to the growing challenge of water pollution, we have launched the Vaal Anti-Pollution Forum, and we are also in the process of extending similar initiatives within the Orange River system. We are currently working on interventions to support the cleaning of the Vaal Dam and also the Hartebeespoort Dam. And we are developing targeted plans to engage upstream stakeholders to improve the quality of the raw water entering our system. Chair, you would know that the biggest culprits here is our beloved municipalities with their wastewater treatment works, or I actually want to say, or lack thereof. These efforts are aligned with our mandate to protect the water and to protect the water resources at source and to ensure long-term sustainability. Chair, I'm not alone. I am with our CEO, Mayor Morake, our CFO, and Tate Smos, the board secretary, Mr. Chauke, and other executive leadership. Chair, if you would allow, I would ask then our CEO to delve into our presentation, and maybe, CEO, you can somewhere go straight to slide number 9, that we just deal with the salient matters. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. You can continue.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, honorable members of Portfolio Committee, our Honorable Minister and the Deputy Minister, the chairpersons of the CMAs, the DDG, and our fellow CEO, all protocol observed. Chair, I would just go straight to our strategic objectives, which highlights that we are intending to protect and protection and use of water resource, effective and efficient water resource institutions, effective stakeholder commitment, and adherence to corporate governance and requirements. Next slide, please. This map indicates because the map was just an indication of our area of operation and indicates that the Vaal Orange River Basin are subject to Orascom agreement between South Africa, Lesotho, Botswana, and Namibia. You can go to the next slide. In the next slide, we look at the target for 2026-27 in terms of procurement. Planned, we have a target of 30%, which is distributed amongst women, youth, and people with disability. In terms of our debt payment, we are targeting 120 days. We do have strategies in place to improve on revenue collection. The creditors' days, we intend to pay our creditors within 30 days, and the current ratio should be greater or equals to 1:1. We do have financial policies and HR policies that we are targeting to compile and approve. We have 4 financial policies that we are planned to approve. Next slide. Like I had indicated, we also have human resource policies that needs to be approved, 4 of them, mainly which are targeting human resource to ensure a high performance human resource. In terms of strategies that we need to put in place, we have 2 of them. We have ICT strategy and we also have communication strategy, of which we intend to implement 60% of those. We do also have developed a risk register, which we intend to implement and monitor 70% of mitigations. You can go to the next slide. And in terms of compliance with the audit plan, we are targeting also to achieve 70% of the plan. The funded vacant positions, we're looking at 60% of those positions needs to be funded. In terms of the board and the attendance of meeting, we indicate that we plan to achieve 78% and have one board evaluation completed. Next slide. In terms of water resource management, which is program 2, we are looking at 75% compliance in terms of implementation of the waste discharge charge. At the Vaal River, we are looking at 75%. In terms of pollution incidents that are investigated within 48 hours, we intend to achieve 80%. For the water license applications and the high risk and the low risk, we intend to recommend conclude them within 74 hours, those that are recommended to the department, and those that are within our delegation, we intend to conclude them within 80% of them within 90 days. Next slide. In terms of the percentage approved water use authorization registered in homes, we are targeting greater than 95%. Number of existing water users validated and verified, we are targeting 160 and 200 respectively. In terms of number of water users monitored for compliance, we are targeting 113. And in terms of enforcement actions taken against non-compliant users, we intend to achieve greater than 80% and 80% completion investigation on cases that will be reported. Next slide. We are, in terms of also water resource management, we are looking at having a draft catchment management strategy. And also we are monitoring about 12 gauging stations. In terms of number of river system monitored for implementation of resource directed measures, we will be monitoring the Vaal River, and within the Vaal River, we have about 48 monitoring points. And in terms of the river ecostatus monitoring program, we do have about 11 points that would be monitored. Next slide. For improving ecological infrastructure, sorry about that. For improving ecological infrastructure, we are looking at number of strategic points monitored for water resource quality. We have 32 monitoring points, and number of, in terms of, like I had indicated in the strategic objectives where we talk about efficient water institutions, we do have water users association that we will be evaluating their reports, and we also will be evaluating their business plans. We have 17 of them, and we also be looking at their assessment per quarter. We'll assess 17 of those. We have also looked at developing a stakeholder engagement plan that will be approved so that we can proceed with the strategic catchment management strategy. Chair, if you allow, Honorable Chair, if you allow, I'll give our CFO, Mr. Smoes, who's with me in the office, to continue with the financial budget. Thank you, Chair.
You're welcome to continue. You've got 5 minutes left.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, and all protocol observed. Chair, with regard to the budget, our budget is funded from the following sources. It's augmentation from the department, which is 18.6%. From water resource charge, it's 80.4%. And 1% of the budget, it is from interest. Now, some of the assumptions we have used are in line with National Treasury 2026 estimate of national expenditure guidelines. The budget is based on current and anticipated operations of the agency. It is also based on critical positions to be filled during the financial year, take into account the budgetary constraints and the National Treasury cost containment measures. Honorable Chair, this is basically what I've spoken to. These are the figures. There is our MTREF budget. The total budget is 423.2 million. And out of that, it's the DWS augmentation and the water resource charges. Now, our budget in terms of the program administration is 165.7 million. Water resource management, 257.4 million, which basically constitutes 61% of the total budget goes to water resource management. Now, the other slides at the bottom, they talks about our allocation in terms of economic classifications. The COE is 193.4 million, which constitute 45.7% of our budget. followed by goods and services at 33.9%. And that brings us to that total of 423.2 million, Honorable Chair. This is basically the budget in terms of our sub-programs, Honorable Chair. So this is basically administration. It's 81.8 million. It's 165.7 million, Chair, sorry for that. The total of our administration in terms of all those sub-programs, it comes to 165.7 million, which I have already alluded to. This constitutes 39% of our total budget of 423. Again, Chair, here, this is the total for the water resource management. So what we have done here, we've just put it in terms of the sub-programs in that particular program, which is water resource management. And the total there of the budget is 257.4 million, which is this. It amounts to 61% of our entire budget for that particular financial year. I think, Chair, this brings us to the conclusion of our presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, the Deputy Minister also leaves the platform now to join the Cabinet meeting. So with that two presentations, can we go into questions? Honourable Moore, you're the first one.
Thank you, Chairperson. Appreciate it. I've got 3 questions in this section. The first one is for Pakma regarding obviously your presentation, and you covered this a bit, but I'd like to ask you to go over it. Your presentation identifies weak regulatory compliance and enforcement as a critical risk, yet your APP appears to reduce the number of water users monitored for compliance from 101 to only 10. And I'd like to know how the entity reconciles this reduction with its own risk assessment. Is it due to limited staffing, budget constraints, a change in methodology, or I suppose, is it a shift towards more targeted high-risk inspections? If you can just give us an idea. And also, I suppose most importantly, Chairperson, how can the committee be reassured that fewer compliance inspections will not weaken enforcement or embolden unlawful water use or undermine equitable water allocation? With regards to VOCMA, I'm looking for a bit more information, Chairperson, given the strategic importance of the Vaal Orange system to Gauteng, the Free State, the Northern Cape, in terms of national economic activity and water quality management and international obligations even. Would it be possible to ask VOCMA to provide the committee with a full operational APP scorecard in a clear table format, something that should include baselines of our current performance from the 2024-2025, estimated performance, say, for 2025-26, and maybe targets for 2026-27 for things like monitoring the Vaal, water quality, pollution incident response, enforcement action. I think we just need more information from this entity, Chair. And I was going to ask, both PACMA and VOCMA rely primarily on water resource charges, with DWS augmenting. But Chair, it's the same question as I said. I have it for everyone, which is again on the long-term financial model, and they are exactly the same. I have concerns around how that's going to work, but I don't think I need to waste a question on it, and I'm not going to add a third just to waste time. So thank you, Chair. I'll leave it as those 2 questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those 2 questions. With the absence of the 2 ministers, DG, would you like to answer some of these questions before we go to the CMAs?
Chairperson, I think therefore just for the CMAs. I don't think it's necessary for the department to respond. Thank you.
Thank you, Pongola. Can you answer that question?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, rightfully said by the committee member, is that these particular targets in terms of weak regulatory compliance is actually based on capacity issues that we currently face as PUCMA, and it's for this reason, but it doesn't exclude us in terms of trying to strengthen those units in terms of trying to look at compliance issues moving forward, and that is something that we definitely will be focusing on. In terms of our long-term financial sustainability, yes, we do have the revenue enhancement strategy that we have approved. And, as DG has pointed out in earlier discussions, one of the issues in terms of revenue management is actually dealing with the challenges around municipalities and non-payments as far as municipalities are concerned. So this is something that has to be dealt with on a national scale. Thank you very much, Chair.
Bokma?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. In terms of the full operational APP scorecard and us monitoring, especially the VAL, we do have that, and I think we can just make that available. Maybe I don't know whether it will be fair. The CEO will give the time frame, but I know we have it available. Maybe within 7 days. I actually hope that we can have it shared with you within this week still, but it's a short week as well. And we are going into meetings, our own quarterly meetings and stuff. But we have it available and we can share it with the Honorable Moore. Also safe to say, Chair, that we are very concerned with the pollution that comes in. As Chair would appreciate that we have, we as a country, we are buying potable clean water from Lesotho coming into our into the Ash River, and then from there into the Vaal, and then we then have to treat that clean water again, and that's very, very concerning to the board, and we are looking into measures, and that is why we have started this pollution forum in the Vaal, and we're going to do the same for the Orange. But safe to say, Chair, that we will definitely provide the information, let's say within the next 7 days, if that is okay.
Thank you. 14 days will be fine. We always give you guys 14 days. Honorable Moore, that is your responses and the report within 14 days.
Very satisfactory. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Kobe.
Thank you very much, Chair. And let's welcome the presentations, Chair. I think my concerns were generally covered with the previous presentations. I think I have the same questions as well. Particularly, Chair, I just want to speak to the Vaal Central. I want to commend them firstly on the 80% of water resource charges that they actually look like what could be an ideal model of a self-sustaining catchment management agency. So firstly, I just want to commend them on that. But I'm worried, Chair, about Hartebees, which is one of their catchment. I just want to know when do we envisage having a much more clearer Hartebees, and maybe if there's been any consequence management that's been instituted across various entities, particularly on the issue of pollution on the Hartebees, Chair. That's all I wanted. Thank you.
Thank you very much. DG, I think on the Harties one, your department can respond first.
Toko, can you comment? Toko will respond.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, Minister, Deputy Minister, and the members of the Portfolio Committee. With regard to Hartebees, Chairperson, it is part of the Bombo Olifants. They will be touching on it.
although the department is assisting very much in terms of the alien invasive plants removal, we have invested a lot of funding to that project through Magali's Water Chairperson. I think we can provide in writing in terms of the whether we are making improvement on the pollution. Thank you very much, Chair.
Val, would you also like to respond to that?
No, Chair. I think the responses were sufficient. I don't think we have anything else to say on it. Thank you, Chair.
DG, may I ask that on the Hartbeespoort Dam that you prepare a presentation to the committee that we will give notice of when that should be, so that the whole committee can be on board on what is going on in the Hartbeespoort Dam. Thank you. Honourable Kobe, that is the response.
Thank you very much, Chair. Sufficient. Thank you.
Honourable Ditewe.
Chairperson, thank you very much. Chairperson, artificial intelligence is evolving. Today we'll talk of generative and predictive. Tomorrow we'll talk of agentic, artificial intelligence, and so forth. And I'm raising this in the context of the report or the presentation in particular by Vokma, to the extent that the Vaal River system supports about 19 million people, and there being quite a number of water service authorities that are responsible for pollution of that river system. What is it perhaps that the CMA is doing to ensure that there is full deployment of artificial intelligence, both from the point of view of awareness of the general populace, so that they, appreciate and understand that throwing an object out, of a car or whatever, will ultimately lead to that object being, in the river or some other body of water. Hello, Chair.
You can continue.
In the river or some other body of water. Because, Chair, if you look at it, we have a body of water from Lesotho, but also from precipitation, but also then that also gets polluted by a number of municipalities. I'm a resident of Machabeng, and I think on the 22nd of March, both the minister and the two deputies launched about 20 pump stations. But those pump stations, despite them being high-class, pump stations, do not necessarily support a reticulation network that is intact. Out of 11 wastewater treatment works, only about 2 are functional. And what that leads to is that you have the sun spray, which ultimately leads to the pollution because of a heavy discharge of sewage into the environment, that the discharge into the Vaal River. And of course, on and on it goes with a number of municipalities in the Free State and of course, in Gauteng, etc. So my question with regards to the full deployment of artificial intelligence is in that context, Chairperson. So if perhaps they could apprise us of the steps they are taking with regards to that. The last one, Chair. If you look at the targets, they seem quite reasonable. You know, they would have been determined in terms of the national evaluation system of the DPME, etc. But it is in terms of that whole chain of impact as far as service delivery, for example. It is within that whole chain, especially the outcomes and impact. Can the CMAs assure the portfolio committee that not only will they come back and tell us that we've met this target and we are at 70, 75, 80 or whatever percent, but that we can, with the tools available, determine that not only have we achieved the outcomes, but this is the impact, which would mean, therefore, that they cannot just rely on DPME. They might have to look at other sources as well to help them measure that, so that we know that from the very beginning of this whole chain, with resources being deployed right up to the outcomes and impact stages, that we have achieved what we had intended to achieve in the first place. Those are my only two questions, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Val?
Thank you, Chair. I will give to the CEO to assist. Chair, safe to say that concerning, let me just see now, yeah, the pollution in the Vaal River system, that is really high on our agenda, because if you look at, Chair, if you look at pollution in the Vaal, upper Vaal, it goes down, even way down to other users downstream. And we have, as a board, put that as a high priority, looking into that. Honorable Ditebe is the testing on our what is our appetite on artificial intelligence and how it is currently evolving, and how it could assist us even to make monitoring easier. We've also spoken to some of the stakeholders. We had some stakeholder engagements, and one of the things, Chair, that we said was they must rather start investing in the cleaning of the effluent that they put back into our water systems than having a bigger budget for fines. If you look at their budget, their annual budget, they even have a budget for fines, but yeah, they can actually do better in that. But with that said, Chair, let me give to the CEO for her to address that question.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Honorable Chair. In terms of deployment of artificial intelligence, just to start by indicating that we do work together with municipalities on awareness programs, together with communities through forums to assist us in identification of pollution and reporting it. And there is also a target there on how quick should we be able to respond to that. But just to indicate also, Honorable Chair, that we do have drones that we use. Just to give an example, when we remove the hyacinths in the Vaal Dam, or when there is a pollution where the area is not accessible, we do use drones to look at assess the pollution and also ensure that we are able to monitor. However, artificial intelligence is quite a vast area. There's still a room for improvement in looking at other artificial intelligence technology that is available to use. We know that we have implemented systems. It's called integrated Vaal system, where that supports water quality monitoring to improve on pollution. But however, we will continue to look at different options. We do know that there are also some programs out there that we use the satellite to look at the amount of algae that is growing. So we are really working together with institutions, with academia and WRC to ensure that we do have technology that is in place to assist us in monitoring the pollution around the Vaal. In terms of the impact that we are making these activities, the impact at this point, we are unable to quantify it, but however, we are working together with the stakeholders. Reason for the challenge to quantify is continuous discharge of waste effluent into our water resource. But through the support of the department, we are issuing notices and directives to the municipalities to ensure that the pollution is addressed. Thank you, Chair.
DG?
Thank you, Chair. Just to add, the CMAs can't take responsibility for actually making the rivers clean. The CMAs can't fix the dysfunctional wastewater infrastructure in the municipalities. That has to be fixed by the municipalities. So, as was indicated by the CMAs, in terms of the National Water Act, they can issue notices and directives, and as a last resort, institute criminal charges against the municipalities. But we've been doing that for some time. We currently have criminal charges against more than 50 municipalities, and those powers in terms of the National Water Act haven't changed the way the municipalities are managing their wastewater treatment infrastructure. To address that requires a separate process, which the Water Services Amendment Bill, which is currently before the committee, is aimed at moving towards, which is about reform of the way that water services are managed by municipalities. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Pongala, would you like to add something here?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, I'm going to hand over to Director Water Use Authorizations to come in order to input. Mr. Reddy?
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, members of Parliament and honorary members and to senior management. Yes, I think with the licensing process, we tend to use this as a platform to regulate the water users, and I think it's important that we take note of some of the major concerns that we're having in the catchment with our river systems. And the river systems that we have, I think we're all aware from the media and from the incident reports that we have, are very heavily polluted, mainly by our wastewater treatment works that are not very efficient. And I think the Green Drop report highlights that very clearly. And as a region in KZN, I think we have taken it as a priority that we work with sector departments and other role players. It's like the DG said, that there's responsibilities lie at certain spheres, and each organization or each municipality needs to take responsibility to assist. There's no way that the CMA itself can take on the responsibility on its own. We have to collaborate with sector partners, work very closely with them. And of recent, we have been working very closely with SALGA, as well as MISA, and as well as our sister department, COCTA, trying to resolve some of these issues going forward in putting plans and putting projects into play that can make a difference in our water management area. I think it's a very broad answer, but it's something that's very progressive and very positive, and we will work out very closely with those sector partners going forward. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Ditebe, this is the response.
Chairperson, thank you very much. I've listened to the responses, quite helpful, but I'd like to say this. I don't get a sense, it might very well be implied in the response from VOCMA, but to the extent that drones are used to monitor the the pollution in the Vaal River system. That's quite commendable, but I would like to believe that what data those drones are collecting is then shared or maybe stored on the database or whatever cloud of the institution, so that with the passage of time there could be a proper deep analysis of the extent of the pollution, as well as who actually is responsible and all that. And that was the context in which I raised this whole issue of AI in terms of its deployment. Indeed, as DG has said, he's hopeful that the amendment of the principal legislation, that is the Water Services Act 108 of 1997, will help ameliorate the situation. I would like, however, to be cautiously optimistic, because to the extent that this habit, as it's been stated in the VOCMA presentation, that there's even an allocation of budget for fines, that simply tells you that there is no intent on the part of the transgressors to change their behavior, and we must find a lasting solution. I think, Chair, as yourself having participated in this sector for quite a long time, you will know that around 1965, Switzerland had amongst the most polluted rivers, etc. But they set about to do something about that. And so I don't think they succeeded, because they are Europeans. We too can learn from what other countries have done. And I don't think that they are the only ones. There are others as well in China, etc. So we definitely have got to be proactive, because unfortunately at the moment, and maybe this may be due to the fact that we have municipalities that are a sphere of government in their own right, and they might very well be abusing that to say they are distinct as a sphere of government while they are interdependent and interrelated with the other spheres of government. But the National Water Act, that particular act is administered by a national department, and if ways and means have got to be found, including providing for some remedial action in phase 2 of Operation Vulindlela and having resources supporting that, so be it. Otherwise, Chair, we'll continue to have this problem. We know that our department is doing a lot to support municipalities through ARBIC, WISIC, even MIG funding on the part of COCTA. But something must be done to support our CMAs, because this whole thing is whole. It's not what bits and pieces of government. It's one single government of the Republic. Thank you.
Thank you, DG. I see the hand is still up. Is it an old hand?
It's an old hand, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. Honorable Kegakilwe.
Thank you, Chair. I've got one question for Pakma. Chairperson, regarding the risks faced by the CMA, they have the first one of financial stability and poor revenue collection. Fine, they've also presented their mitigations. I just want to find out if is it not possible for the CMA to do like other CMAs has done, to appoint the debt collector through the treasury, and then to Val Orange, Chairperson, Val faces a very serious challenge of pollution. But in their plan to respond to incidents reported within 48 hours, Val is targeting 80. Why are they not targeting 100? What are the challenges? Or do they have a future plan to attend to 100% of the challenges? And then there was a situation for Val Mfuleni and Machabeng. I just want to find out if the situation has improved and what happened. And also, what did the department do to assist the Val Orange with regard to the challenge of pollution from Mfuleni and Machabeng? Those are my questions, Chairperson, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much. DG, would you like to answer some of these questions before I go to the the CMAs?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, just on the last issue, as we've reported previously to the Portfolio Committee, the department has been supporting Mfuleni local municipality through Rand Water with an intervention which has involved assisting Mfuleni to address the sewage pollution, and their situation has improved substantially. But part of the problem is that the wastewater treatment works in Mfuleni are completely overloaded. So the next phase of the support involves upgrading those wastewater treatment works. Contracts have been awarded by Rand Water, and that work is underway. But it's going to take a few years. It's a multi-billion rand project to upgrade the wastewater treatment works there. And then also, Chair, as the committee is aware, Rand Water and Mfuleni have agreed to jointly set up a new utility company to be the water service provider in Mfuleni. And we are confident that once that is established, which is in the process of now being put in place as all the approvals have been obtained, that will result in improved performance for Mfuleni and further reduction in sewage pollution in the Mfuleni geographical area. Hope, do you want to add?
Yes. Thank you, DG. Thanks, Chairperson. Just to add on the issue of compliance monitoring and enforcement, it is a critical function of the CMA, and it also applies to municipalities. As we have indicated previously, that CMAs will be able to ensure that they issue notices of non-compliance and also the directives, which the function has been delegated to them. Honorable, with regard to the issue of the 80%, we have standardized and requested all the CMAs to have a target of 80% instead of 100%, because some of the incidents, they happen towards the end of the financial year. So it does allow them the room of implementation if they receive them late towards the year. So 80%, it is a feasible target to implement within the financial year. Thank you, DG.
Thank you very much, Bongola.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'm going to hand over to the Acting CEO to respond on the financial sustainability. Acting CEO.
Thank you very much, Chair. Member Kihakilwe, in terms of one of the strategies that we've developed the revenue enhancement strategy, and part of it as well in terms of that strategy is to hand over some of those customers where we are experiencing some challenges in terms of the collection. And we've participated in that program in the 2025-2026 financial year. We are going to continue to use the debt collectors in terms of ensuring that at least we actually improved the collection thereof. We also are looking at partnering. We've had a meeting with COCTA in the province, where some of the issues, the challenges that are coming from the municipalities, we are going to be given a platform on the quarterly forum that they are having with the municipalities, where we'll be actually escalating some of these matters so that we can be able to get solution around those challenges. So those are the things that we've actually taken just to improve in terms of our collection that actually strengthen our financial viability as an entity. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Val?
Chair, I think DG and especially Austogo did respond to Honorable Kihagilwe's questions. So we would not like to just repeat what they have said. We don't, so if that is okay, Chair.
It's fine, thank you. Honorable Kehakilwe, that was the responses.
Chairperson, let me thank the DG and the department as well as the PUCMA for their responses. I am satisfied with the responses, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That is all the questions on this two CMAs. We will go now to Mzimvubu. Can you please do your presentation, 15 minutes?
Thank you, Honorable Chair of the committee, members of the committee, the DG and the leadership of the department, fellow chairpersons. My name is Simpiwe Kondo. I'm the chair of Mzimvubu, Sitikama CMA. I'm trying to get my camera on. All right. Yes, I am together with the acting CEO of Mzimvubu Sitikama, Mrs. Kama Bolekwa, and I'm also excited to have with me the newly appointed CEO of the entity, Mr. Themba Ngubeni, who's starting his work in the office today. And in the future, then he will be leading these kind of presentations. I'm also with Mr. Fumani Khoza, who is the acting board secretary. I should say that Mzimvubu is one of those CMAs that got up and running late. We only 14 months or so now that we've been in office. We were appointed as a board of 10 members, but unfortunately for different reasons, we've had a number of resignations, about 5 over the last 14 months. But the minister has appointed replacement board members over the period, and we are now back to being a 9-member board. I should also say that we have been preoccupied with the whole establishment process and the transfer process of staff. And the last report that we got as a board is that 51 staff members transferred from the department to the CMA. And we're also busy with the recruitment of various positions, including the CFO, the company secretary, and some critical positions to ensure that the operations are able to move from the 1st of April under the full control of the board of the CMA. With just those comments, then I would like to hand over to Mrs. Kama to take the committee through the presentation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. You can continue.
Can I unmute Mrs. Kama?
Can someone maybe assist her?
Mrs. Kama.
Chair, can you hear me?
Now we can hear you. You can continue.
Okay. I'll switch it off. Okay. Greetings to the Honorable Chair of the Portfolio Committee.
Yeah, some other device is on there. It's having an echo. Can you maybe just switch that off?
Yes, we've switched it off now. Can you hear me clearly, Chair?
100%, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. Greetings to the Honorable Member, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, Honorable Members of the Portfolio Committee, our Honorable Minister and Deputy Minister, Chairs of the Board of different CMAs and the top management of the department. Can you please go straight to slide number 9 so that we don't waste time? Yes. Okay, this is the strategy map of the Mzimvubu Tsitsikama CMA. We've got 3 priorities. Priority number 1, which is effective and strategic. Okay, effective and integrated water resources management. And under that one, we've got outcome number 1.1, which is protected water use, water resources, and outcome 1.2, which is improved ecological infrastructure. And priority number 2 is effective stakeholder management, and the outcome 2.1, which is improved stakeholder satisfaction. And the last priority, which is priority number 3, which is improved operational efficiency. And the outcome for that one is financial viable entity. And outcome 3.2, which is improved workforce. Can we go to the next slide, Chair? Okay. The operating model that we in trying to improve the efficiency, we've streamlined the operating model to cover 2 programs, which is program 1, administration and governance, which is aligned to outcome 3.1 and 3.2, and then program 2, water resources management, aligned to outcome number 1 or 2 to 3 outcomes, which is protected water resources, improved ecological infrastructure, as well as stakeholder satisfaction. Can we move to the next slide? Okay, coming now to the APP targets for 2026-2027 financial year. We'll start with program 1, which is administration, and the indicator there. And the indicator there is a percentage of targeted procurement budget spent on SMMEs, preferential procurement. We've got those 3 groups that will prioritize women, youth, and people with disabilities. For women, the target that we have set for 2026-2027 is 40%. For youth, is 30%. And then for people with disability, it's 7%. Then the next indicator is debtors payment days. So the target that we have set for payment of our debt is 150 days. We've set for the 2026-2027. And then the next indicator is percentage of implementation of financial recovery and turnaround plan. And this is a new indicator, and we've set the target at 91%. Then the next one is percentage expenditure on annual budget. It's also a new indicator, and then we are saying that we'll spend 100% of our budget. That is the target that we are setting for ourselves as Mzimvubu Tsitsikama. Then the next one is number of financial policies approved. And then the target that we set for this financial year, it's 2 policies that will be done. It's donation and the other one. Let's move to the next slide, please. Then we come to the number of human resources policies approved. We have set a target of 5 policies that we'll do, and the list is given there. Those 5 policies are listed on the APP. And then the next one, it's number of communication strategy developed. We're saying for 2026-2027, we'll have a final communication strategy developed from Mzimvubu Tsitsikama CMA. And then number of ICT strategy developed, and we are saying we will have a draft ICT strategy developed for this financial year. And then we have a percentage of vacant position filled, and then we have said that we will fill 90% of all the positions of vacant positions of Mzimvubu Tsitsikamma CMA. Can we move to the next slide, please? Okay, we almost done with program 1. Then the next indicator, we will be talking to the risk register development for this financial year, and we are saying we'll have a risk management plan developed for 2026-2027. Then audit plan developed, we're saying we'll have a final audit plan developed for this financial year. Can we move please to the next slide? Okay, now we're moving to program 2, which is water resources management. Then the priority there, we've already highlighted it. Then the indicator will be percentage of waste discharge strategy implemented. And we are saying for 2026-2027, we will implement 9% of the waste discharge strategy. Then the next one will be percentage of high-risk water use licenses applications processed and recommended in 74 working days. And the target that we've set for ourselves, it's 85%. Then percentage of low-risk water use authorizations application finalized within 90 days. And we have set a target of 85% for us as well. Then the next one will be the percentage of approved water use authorizations registered in WOMS, and the target that we've set for ourselves is greater to or equal to 90%. So whatever that has been authorized, we'll make it a point that we register more than 90% of that. And then we're coming to the number of existing water users validated and verified. So we have set a target for 2026-2027 financial year of 200 water users that will be verified and validated. Then a number of water users monitored for compliance. So for the target that we have set, it's 24 of those water users that will be monitored. And then percentage of enforcement action taken against non-compliance. And then we are said whatever users that are there that are not complying, we will enforce about more than or equal to 80% of those. Next slide, please. Then coming to the percentage of reported cases investigated, we are saying we'll investigate greater or equal to 80% of those non-compliant cases. Then percentage of pollution incidents reported within 48 hours, and we are saying we'll also do greater or equal to 80%. Then percentage monitoring of restriction within the water management area, we are saying we'll be monitoring 100% of those restrictions. Currently, we are having restrictions on the Algoa water supply system, and on a monthly basis, we monitor the compliance by the water users that are using that system. And then a number of catchment management strategy developed, and the target that we are setting for ourselves for Mzimvubu is for 2026-2027, we'll have inception assessment report developed. It takes almost about 3 years to develop a catchment management strategy. But for this, we'll appoint PSP and other things, and at the end, we have that inception assessment report developed. And then coming to the number of rivers in which the river eco status monitoring program is implemented, we've gotten 16 rivers that will implement eco status monitoring. And then number of river system monitored for the implementation of resource directed measures, we've got one that will do, which is Mzimvubu River. Next, please. Okay, a number of strategic points monitored for water resource quality. So the target that we are planning to do for this financial year is 139 points that we will monitor. This one refers to microbiological and chemical monitoring of water. Then we have got a number of proposals of irrigation boards transformed into water users associations. And the target that we've set for this financial year is 2, and that will be Misrand and Apis irrigation board that will be transformed into water users associations. And then the next one is number of water users associations business plans evaluated. So we've got 3 water users associations, which is Hamtus, Lower Sundays, and Great Fish River. So those assessments will all be done on their business plan. And the number of water users association assessed per quarter, so it will still be these 3 that I have listed. And then number of water users associations annual reports evaluated, again we'll evaluate for Hamtus, Lower Sundays, and Great Fish River. Next slide, please. Okay. Coming to the budget. So the budget, we have these programs or sub-programs that we are budgeting for: administration and water resources management. So for administration, it will be the budget office of the chief executive, financial management, corporate support services, risk and compliance management, internal audit, office accommodation. Then for water resources management, it will be your compliance monitoring and enforcement, institutions, stakeholder engagements and governance, water resources planning and management, and lastly, water use authorization and registration. Next slide, please. Okay, for 2026 medium-term expenditure framework, so the Mzimvubu CMA over the medium-term expenditure framework, we have got a budget of about 420.3 million for the 3 years. The first year, this current year, which is 135.5 million, the next year 140 million, and the last year 144. So this is the budget over the MTEF period. The source of funding consists mainly of augmentation funds from the department and the water resources management charge, including waste discharge and mitigation charges. So program 1.
Now. My apology, ma'am, you need to conclude now.
Oh, okay. Then for program 1, I think if we can, for program 1, it's 108 over the period, the MTEF. And then for water resources, it's equal to 240, which equates to 57% of the budget. In terms of collection of water resources, the MTCMA has prioritized, and we've got measures in place to ensure that we recover amounts owed to the department. We've got the debt management policy, and also we have also the services of the service provider that has been appointed by the department, and we have also used the debt relief incentive scheme. Can we move to the next slide, please? Okay, so this I've already spoken to the amounts. It's just talk to the amounts that I've already indicated. Next slide. Okay, then is expenditure estimates per budget program. We've got administration for 2027. Out of that budget of 135, we've budgeted 60.8, and then water resources, it's 74.7. Next slide, please. Then the expenditure per economic classification, COE, is 82.8 million, goods and services 46.9, and payments of capital assets is 3 million. Please. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Limpopo, can you do your presentation?
Thank you, Chair. Greetings to the Honorable Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, as well as the members of the Portfolio Committee, and greetings also to the Honorable Minister and the Deputy Minister, as well as to the chairs of the CMAs and the executives. Chair, we are presenting the Limpopo Olifants Catchment Management Agency, and I am with the acting CEO, Mr. Siboniso Mukhalipi, as well as the CFO, Ms. Fanisa Labula, who will be taking us through the presentation. But perhaps before we start, Chair, let me also make a commitment, as I've been listening throughout the presentations of other CMAs, that as LOCMA will also be providing in writing information in relation to board fees or the board spent for the year, and as well as the number of board meetings that were attended to, and within the 14 days, and also to also confirm that it is the LOCMA that is responsible for the Hardis Dam, and we will be providing that information together with the department in this regard, as we are jointly handling this project. Also to mention, to confirm what the Honorable Minister mentioned earlier on is in relation to staff transfer, I can just mention that from the 1st of April this year, Limpopo Olifants Catchment Management Agency started with the staff transfer in order to move forward and stabilize the CMA. Having said that, Chair, I will then hand over to Mr. Mkhalipi to take us through the presentation, and then it'll be followed by Ms. Vanessa Lamola. Thank you.
Thank you. You can continue.
Thank you, Chairperson. Greetings to the Honorable Portfolio Committee members, the Honorable Minister and the Deputy Minister, the CMA Board Chairpersons, DG and colleagues. Firstly, let me just apologize for the noisy background. I'm along the roadside. We just ran out of power in the building. As per guidance, maybe let me just go to slide 11. I will forgo some of the preliminary aspect. We have those 5 outcomes as LOCMA: transparent and accountable compliant CMA. Outcome 2, financially sustainable CMA. 3, adequate resourced and capable staff. Number 4 is highly engaged stakeholders, and 5, sufficient water quality resources. This also, just jump to slide number 14, part 2. I will try to summarize these slide 14 to 18 in a sentence or two. Limpopo Oliphant CMA is located on the north part of the country and constitute a South African portion of the Limpopo Basin shared between South Africa, Zimbabwe, Mozambique, and Botswana. And we have a below average rainfall. And as such, we are in a deficit. In other words, the supply is lower than the demand of water available. Second issue to note in terms of the overview is that our rivers traverse the highly polluted parts of the 3 metros of Gauteng as it leads to our 25 dams. But not all of our 25 dams are heavily polluted. It's only those that are along the tributaries of the crocodile and the crocodile itself. If we could move to then part 3, where part 3. Sorry, the next slide where we deal with the APP target. Yes, so in responding to the 2 challenges I've mentioned, the water quality and the water availability challenges, we have the 34 indicators I'm gonna run through them now, Chairperson. The first one is the number of financial policies approved. We target to have 5 policies, and similarly, we targeting to have 5 policies on human resources. The next slide, please. In terms of the SMME preferential procurement, we are aiming above 30%, and the breakdown for women, youth, and people with disabilities is as indicated, Chair. And then in terms of implementing financial recovery turnaround plan, we are targeting 91%. And we expect and we target to spend all our annual budget, which is 100%. In terms of the number of data days, we've broken it into 2. We are looking at our own current financial year debt. We are targeting 150 days, and the debt that we've inherited from the department, we are targeting 365 days, Chair. The next slide, please. We are aiming to develop 1 communication strategy and 1 ICT strategy. And in terms of filling of our vacant post, we're looking at 90% target, Chairperson. Next slide. We also are targeting to develop a risk management plan as well as an audit plan, 1 of each. Next slide, please. Now, in terms of dealing with non-compliant water users, we are targeting to take action for above 80% of the non-compliant water users, and deal with also above 80% of the cases that we will be receiving in the form of complaints. We are looking at above 80% as well in terms of dealing with pollution incidents by responding within 24 hours of reporting. And then in terms of percentage monitoring restrictions, because we are a scarce water management area, we are aiming at 100% compliance to water restrictions. Next slide, please. Now, in terms of proposals for irrigation board that will be transformed to water user association, we have targeted 3, and the breakdown is indicated there in terms of the sub-catchment areas. Next slide, please. The number of water users monitored, our focus, Chair, with the 2 indicators which are reflecting 0, is to focus on the transformation of the 37 irrigation board that have been resisting to transform. So our focus will be on that, and then in the next financial year, we will then deal with the issues of the business plans and the annual report evaluations. In terms of the stakeholder, we have managed to finalize it in the previous financial year. So that is why we also having a no target there. Next slide, please. Number of catchment management strategy, we are aiming at 1, obviously, and then 3 international obligation sessions that we are going to have. And then in terms of the number of rivers in which eco status monitoring will be implemented, we've got 20. Next slide, please. And the number of systems monitored for implementation of resource-directed measures, we've got 6. And 358 is the number of strategic points to be monitored for water resource quality. And we have got 10 in terms of the number of strategic points monitored for ground water resource quality. Next slide, please. And for the number of strategic points monitored for groundwater, this is now the level. We are looking at 65, and we are aiming at above 65% for the percentage of waste discharge strategy implementation. And this, my chairperson has spoken to. In terms of the RTBS support, we are looking at less than 20% coverage by phytoplants. We will provide the written details as directed. Next slide, please. In terms of the percentage of high-risk water users, we are aiming at of high water use applications, rather, apologies, we're aiming at 80%. Similarly, 80% for the percentage of low-risk water use license applications finalized within 90 days. And for percentage of approved water use authorization registered in WOMS, we're looking at above 90%. Next slide, please. Percentage of water of existing water users verified, we're looking at above 90%, and similarly above 90% for validated water users. And the number of water users monitored for compliance, we are targeting 137. Chairperson, next slide.
We've got 4 minutes left.
The 4 minutes left, I will hand over to our CFO to finalize. Thank you.
Thank you, CE. Good afternoon, Chairperson and honorable members and all protocol observed. From a finance point of view, LOCMA is funded through two main sources, the grants and the water charges, split accordingly as presented, Chair, 19% of that coming from augmentation funds, and the remaining 81% being funded by water charges. You can move to the next slide. Is it just on my side that is not moving?
Can someone assist, please?
Okay, let me just open my presentation. Okay, thank you very much. Then from an expenditure point of view, split into the two main programs that we have, the administration and the water resources. And from an economic allocation, economic classification point of view, with compensation at 64% and goods and services at 36%. And over the MTEF, the 1.1 billion, with 365 of that being what is funded in the current financial year 26-27. You can move. Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, any questions to these two water boards? Honorable Moore?
Thank you, Chairperson. Sorry about that. Yeah, I'll keep up my trend and just ask one for each, if that's all right. I know it was sort of covered, but I want to address it again. Starting off with the MTCMA, the presentation records that 0 out of 22 pollution incidents were responded to within 48 hours. And now, obviously, the APP is setting a target for, I think, 80%. So I need to ask, what are the reasons in detail, please, for the complete failure in the previous year? Because obviously 0 out of 22 is a serious failure to respond. And I suppose what has practically changed in terms of staffing, systems, budgets, and operational protocols to give the committee confidence that pollution incidents will now be responded to timeously. And then for LOCMA, I think it's a general, it's a concern around the presentation shows, that water demand already exceeds availability in the Limpopo Olifants water management area. And in that context, I suppose, why are key targets such as enforcement action against non-compliant users or pollution incident response high and low risk license processing, why are they generally only set at around 80%, Chairperson? In a water stressed catchment, should we be not treating these areas as critical water security functions rather than just asking for a medium level of performance? We should be asking for the highest level of performance to bring water demand within availability. And I'm not going to ask a third, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. DG, would you like to first respond?
It talks about
DG.
Chairperson, I don't know if any of my colleagues would like to respond. Sipho, would you like to come in?
Thanks, DG. Obviously, we know that the demand in the catchment outstrips the supply, and we've taken note of that. That's why we've got a couple of interventions that we are embarking upon. One is to make sure that we up our compliance monitoring and enforcement, because we know that we've got a number of instances of unlawful users. But most importantly is that in the catchments, in our catchments, a lot of our users are still using their water in terms of the entitlements that were issued in the old legislation, which weren't scientific. For instance, they will say in the particular property or in the particular catchment, this is the quota that is applicable per hectare, regardless of what you are using the water for. Now, we are saying that can be efficient. For instance, if people are involved in irrigation now, we are going to apply efficient systems even in the water that were used in terms of the other legislation, to then say what is the real purpose of you using water, what is the demand versus what you've been allocated, and whatever that you are not using, then you will have to reallocate. So with respect to the issue of authorization sitting in 80%, we are progressively saying we're moving from those percentages and we are targeting higher percentage. We are looking at eventually ending up at 90%, and that will be more acceptable. So we're progressively moving from 80 to 85 and thereafter in the other year 90%, so that we actually make sure that in terms of us managing our water resources, we are putting more resources, and those resources, they will be sufficient to the amount of water, amount of work that is facing the department. Thank you, Chairperson.
Chairperson, if you agree, I'd also like Dr. Matlala to come in.
You're welcome.
Thank you, DG. Thank you, DG, and good afternoon, Chairperson and fellow honorable portfolio committee members. We are also looking at increasing the availability in our catchments. We currently want to see how we can add a portion of groundwater into our water mix. And there's some of the projects that we are running in our catchments, like we are now looking at managed aquifer recharge, where we injecting flood water when we have a lot of water into our aquifer, so that we can have enough water underground that we can use as and when necessary during the drought periods. I think that's all I wanted to add. Thank you, DG.
Thank you very much. Mzamvubu, would you like to respond?
Thank you, Chair. I would like the acting CEO to just add to the responses by the department.
Thank you, Chair and Honorable Chair of Portfolio Committee. The reason we are not meeting, we've achieved 0 for pollution incidents. It's not it's not that they are not attended to, but the challenge is with the cars. We are unable to meet the 48-hour turnaround time, but we'll find out we'll attend it maybe 72 hours because we had challenge with the contract for vehicles. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Lokma.
Thank you, Chair. I would request the acting CE to respond. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. I think my colleagues from the department have answered most of the questions in terms of the negative balance and the enforcement target. But just to indicate that it is indeed a practical problem where we now, on the social side, we've got issues of standoff between commercial farmers and the communities in terms of water availability squaring off. And we have other tools like Advocate Kosana is indicated to do compulsory licensing in the catchment so that we balance the supply and the demand. And we've got some couple of projects as well with infrastructure to augment the supply, Chairperson. So in terms of the 80% seemingly being low, we are mindful of our internal capacity to deal with enforcement challenges, and we will gradually increase this target, Chairperson. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Honorable Moore.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, very much in line with what the reports were saying. Chair, I'm not going to ask further questions beyond this, but I do want to remake my points about the general financial well-being. I think we've now concluded all of the presentations, and I have a concern because, Chair, South Africa needs our catchment management authorities they need to be capable, financially sustainable, and I suppose close to the ground, and they need to prove their value. Let's remember how the Honourable Reddy started this with concern about the viability of these entities. And Chair, we've got a lot of strategies, we've got a lot of risk registers, we've spoken about policy reviews, but what I'd really like to see is the delivery of cleaner water resources, faster licensing, fairer allocation, stronger enforcement, better monitoring, and transparent public reporting. What I really hope we can see is an improvement in the actual performance areas, because every time we get these reports, we're having a lot of concerns beyond just the financial viability. There are many nitpicking questions we could ask here, and I think we're going to need to keep watching this space because this is not settled in an upward trajectory at the moment. Through no hard line, not trying to be hard on any specific entity, but the reality is this is not a clean area when we look at the general water issues that we're having along the value chain, and we do need to keep a close eye on these entities moving forward. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Kegakilwe.
Thank you, Chairperson. I only have 2 questions for Mzimvumbu Tsitikama. The first one is with regard to the resignation of board members. What were reasons given for that resignation, for those resignations? And then the second question is with regard to the number of strategic points to be monitored for water resource quality. For the past financial year, the target was 16, and now it has moved to 139. I just want to find out from the CMA what measures are in place to ensure that the CMA achieves this target of 139. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Can we go to Mzimvubu?
Thank you, Chair. I'll deal with the one about the resignation of board members. I think the reasons vary, and largely some of them are more around the application of the policy of board member remuneration by the department, where in a case of a person who is employed by the state or a state institution, remuneration would not be applicable. So some members fell off because of that. There was one case of a member who had identified a conflict of interest, and we did get the opinion that that conflict was valid, and as such, she withdrew. I would say that other members, to a great extent, is just feeling that in terms of value for their time, the kind of levels of compensation for their time were not adequate, and felt that they could use their time better for some other things. So that those are just the range of reasons. Thank you, Chair. And
thank you very much. And the second question, could that be answered, please?
Thank you, Chair. Oh, sorry, Chair. Thank you, Chair. The strategy, what has happened, the reason we're having 16 points monitored for strategic resource quality, it was because we kind of stopped monitoring, or the monitoring of this was impacted by introduction of compliance monitoring and enforcement. So what we have done now is to kind of having some people that were doing compliance monitoring and enforcement also monitor the water resource quality. So those points is points that have been monitored before. So now we have revitalized those or resuscitated those monitoring points, and we've got staff that is set aside that will be completely dealing with the monitoring of those strategic points. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Kegakilwe, that was the responses.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thanks for the responses. I am satisfied with the responses, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Ditebe.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. My question or questions are confined largely to the water resource management strategy of the CMAs, starting with the water quality chairperson or prevention of pollution, largely from the agricultural sector, fertilizers, pesticides, etc. But also, for purposes of my question, juxtapose that to urban waste or the discharges from wastewater treatment plants, etc. How much of the pollution that emanates from the agricultural sector, pesticides, fertilizers, etc., are the CMAs experiencing, and how are they dealing with that from the point of view of prevention of pollution or ensuring water quality is not compromised? And the other chairperson relates to flood and drought mitigation. Are they using, for example, natural landscapes to absorb excess water or store it for dry periods? What particular measures are they using to ensure that that happens, if at all? And lastly, Chairperson, with regards to a similar question, if you look, for example, at precipitation or rainwater runoff, say for purposes of coastal CMAs into the sea, are they doing something to ensure that that is diverted into what you would call recharge basins, or to even replenish depleted aquifers? Because there are rural areas, Chairperson, if you look at, for example, the Eastern Cape, even KwaZulu-Natal, but sticking with the Eastern Cape, for example, where you would need to replenish aquifers if there are consistent patterns of rainfall and all of that. Is there something as part of the whole strategy of water resource management that the CMAs are doing to ensure that there is greater preservation of the water as and when it is available? Thank you, Chairperson. Greg, did you hear anything that I said?
My apology. No, I was off. I heard you. DG, would you like to come in first, or can I go to the two CMAs?
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Moloko would like to come in again.
Thank you.
Thank you, DG, and thank you once more, Chair. I want to emphasize the role that the project that looked at the managed aquifer recharge is going to do to answer the question that honorable member has asked, honorable member Duterte. We have test cases in the sand catchment where we deliberately injected water that we accumulate from the floods into the aquifer. And then we also had another test case in the Western Cape. So the intention is to amplify and increase that kind of footprint across the country to make sure that when we have water that we accumulate during floods, we don't allow it just to go to the sea without being tapped into. So we will expand that, and Western Cape, Eastern Cape is also a very important test case that we want to target in terms of implementing the managed aquifer recharge projects. I think that's fine for now, DG. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Can we go to Mzimvubu?
Thank you, Chair. I would like the acting CEO to respond to the question.
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Moloko has already covered us in terms of the precipitation and diverting the recharge, our aquifers. And it's also going to form of the Mzimvubu catchment management strategy. So it's something that we'll also be looking into. In terms of pesticides, we are not monitoring pesticides mainly because maybe the major challenge what we are facing is the nutrients. We normally get high nutrients in our water resources, so that's where we are concentrating. Chair, thank you.
Thank you very much, Lokma.
Thank you, Chair. I don't know if the acting CEO has got any addition through you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Much has been covered, and just to indicate that also in our APP, we had an indicator that deal with resource-directed measures where we will look at the 9-point sources of pollution, including fertilizers that assimilate. And when those RQOs are not met, then we will pace up to see where the fault is coming from. But also in terms of urban waste, within the regulation branch, we do have a unit that deal with municipal bylaws to check if the bylaws address issues of waste removal that affect water resources. And And in addition to that, we have the normal compliance monitoring of the wastewater treatment facilities. And in the case of City of Tshwane, City of Ekurhuleni, and City of Joburg, we have come up with some action plan because the pollution that happens upstream affect the downstream municipalities and ultimately the RTs. So we come up with an action plan that covers all the 3 metros such that we address the issues of pollution in a coordinated manner. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ditebe. That is the responses.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. It is indeed gratifying to hear that these techniques are being effected or implemented. As I said in my earlier questions, from the point of view of the whole chain of results, we would like to see the impact. But indeed, it is gratifying to hear that there are these interventions. And ultimately, of course, we want to see the impact because water is a very important resource and very much centrally connected to our economic life. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Ramaila, your hand was up.
Thank you, Chair. Because on Limpopo Olifants Agency, given that this is one of the bigger or largest agencies, has the expansion into Olifants area affected the cost to income ratio? And are we seeing any economies of scale or simply an increase in administrative oversight? That will be one. And secondly, regarding to the vacancy versus capacity, with 54.7% of the budget allocated to employees, what percentage of this are technical engineering specific roles versus administrative support? And is the agency top heavy in management in as far as this is concerned? Or maybe further, on this high personnel spend, is there a correlation with a decrease in the use of expensive external service providers, or is the agency paying for both full staff complement and still outsourcing some of the services to the PSPs? And maybe going to the last ones, maybe one or two, is that in as far as the service delivery is concerned, regarding the redress, given that your agency manages an area with significant mining and agricultural activities, how much of this budget is specifically ring-fenced for the transformation mandate, ensuring new landowners, pre-disadvantaged individuals, and small-scale farmers get water allocations? And is there an intentional program in this regard? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Those questions were only for Limpopo, am I correct? Honorable Member? All right, let's just go on. Limpopo?
Thank you, Chair. Maybe let me just respond to this one with the staff transfers, which occurred on the 1st of April. The combination, we did receive a lot of technical staff, your engineers, as well as some of the administrative support having been transferred from the department to the CMA. Then for the other questions, I'll give to the CFO, and the acting CEO will add in relation to the cost on the expansion, as well as the outsourcing. I think the service delivery aspect, the acting CEO will then come in there in terms of the PDIs, mining and agriculture. Thank you. CFO, you can start.
Thank you, Chairperson. May I request to provide the breakdown, because the member was very specific in terms of percentages. I would not want to give a figure of CAF. May I please request to provide those details of the split in writing within the next 7 days, please, Chair?
You're more than welcome.
Thank you.
Just on
You can continue.
Just on the transformation aspect, Chairperson, it cuts across many of our indicators. For an example, water use licensing has got that element of bias to historically disadvantaged individuals. And we also have mentioned here, particularly in our water management areas, the resistance that we receive from the irrigation board in terms of transformation. And we have prioritized transformation of irrigation board to water users association in this water management area, and foregoing other activities, just to emphasize our serious focus on transformation. But also we did mention to say where there are historic imbalances, where existing lawful water users have got a bigger chunk of water, we have the tools in place. I did mention the compulsory licensing, which will look at now balancing, addressing the new entrants into the water sector, ensuring that they have a fair share. And even we do have, even at the departmental level, a support to deal with these issues on the ground. If I may mention that our honorable minister will be going there on the 13th, also to help us deal with these transformation issues on the ground. Let me pause at that, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you very much. DG.
Thank you, Chair. Advocate Skosana would like to come in again.
Welcome.
Thanks, DG, and thanks, Chairperson. Just to add to what Mkhalipi has said, we might not be having a kitty in terms of the financial resources, but we actually take other measures to make sure that we cushion the blow and the burden to the water users, and not to unduly burden them with the costs that are associated with using water. So as a way of supporting HDIs in the water resource management space, and from April this year, in the pricing strategy, we are saying we are providing that payment relief for the HDI water users. So what we are essentially doing in the pricing strategy, we are saying for a 10-year period, the HDIs on application to the department, then we are going to apply a waiver to their use of water. Then for the first 5 years, they will be having zero payment to their water resource charges. Then the next 5 years after the first, it will be on cascading approach, and starting from paying 20% and until at the end of it paying the 100%. So these are some of the measures that we are making to make sure that the HDIs are brought into the mainstream of the economy, using the water as the catalyst. Thanks, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Honorable Ramaila, this is the responses.
Thank you, Chair. Some of the responses were broad, I understand that, but I accept the responses. The good indicator to special transformation mandate. We are happy with that, and I'll await the written response in terms of other matters that have not have not been responded to. Maybe just the last thing, Chair, and they may not respond now. They may respond in writing. Is that considering that the recent report indicates that Limpopo spends 2 billion on private security for infrastructure protection, how much is the agency affected in terms of a non-personnel budget that is being diverted to security versus actual water resource management? If the response is in written form, I will also appreciate it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Limpopo. Would you like to comment on this now or send this to us in writing?
Chair, we will provide that in writing together with the other responses. Thank you for the question.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, this brings us to the end of this meeting. I want to thank everybody present today for your presentations and answering those questions. I would like also to thank the DG, the ministers in their absence for attending this meeting today. Colleagues, that brings us to the end of the first portion of our meeting. May I ask that we continue 2:00 with the second portion of our meeting to approve our minutes as well as presentations that needs to be made. So can I ask that we adjourn this meeting? We thank everybody present here today and that we start 2:00 with the next portion of our meeting. With that said, this meeting is now adjourned. Thank you.
See you later, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Bye-bye.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Bye.
Recording stopped.